can see 6 lines and it's stowed.
Copy.
I'm pushing open the thermal hatch, the thermal cover.
Yep, go ahead.
All right, that's open.
Okay, Tom, your go to egress, and then if you'd attach your anchor hook to the forward external D-ring, and we'll stand by for your checks.
Egressing. For EV1, I've got my anchor hook closed and locked on the forward external airlock D-ring.
Copy that, Tom, and your go to connect Kayla's now to the aft external D-ring, and we'll stand by for those checks.
Copy.
You may hear our ground IV, Drew Morgan, refer to the astronauts as EV1 and EV2. Tom Marshburn is designated EV1, while Kayla Barron is EV2. Tom is wearing the suit with the red stripes, while Barron is wearing the unmarked suit.
Kayla, I understand that you are safe inside for right now.
Yep. I waist tether in where it was.
Copy.
The airlock steering extender.
Okay, Kayla, your anchor hook, EV2, closed and locked on the aft external airlock steering.
Roger.
I'm working on getting out of your way.
I am getting in position to transfer you crew lock bag number 1 on your go.
Copy.
And Tom, we hear you guys both in good tether configuration. You can give Kayla a go to release your waist tether at any point, and I understand you guys are working the bag, so we'll stand back from that. Know you guys have a plan, and we'll stand by.
And Kayla, you are go to release that when you can, when you want to.
There's the bag.
Okay, I'm getting my BRT ready.
If you take a close look at the top of your screen, you can see Tom Marshburn, NASA astronaut wearing the spacesuit with the red stripes, being the first one out the door.
Remove the airlock rat.
Okay, copy that.
NASA astronaut Kayla Barron is inside the crew lock still, working to get Tom Marshburn some equipment that they'll need throughout the day before she goes out the door.
Got it. Stand by for the ready.
And actually, if you have a good eye on it, once you have your tether, you can release it and I'll send it back.
Copy. My ret is on.
Roger.
Looking to release yours.
Standing by.
Okay. It is off. It's coming back to you.
Roger. I've got it, and I will put it on the airlock steering extender.
All right, and go ahead and prep your visor. The sun is coming up.
I see it.
Happens fast.
My visor is down. And Tom, if it's okay with you, I'm going to stick my feet out the hatch while I work my bag.
Yeah, it's clear. Fine with me. Definitely need that visor down.
Mine is down.
And Tom, while you're out there, you can also turn your HECA on.
It works.
All right, I've got my BRT ret on the medium mower U-bag. And my intention is to tend it out after me. If you are clear, Tom, I'll start heading out.
Clear.
Marshburn got the cue to turn on his HECA.
Copy, Tom and Kayla. We see you're heading out. Sun's coming up. You'll be right over South America here in a couple minutes.
Roger. And on my way by, I'm going to pick up my waist tether, the airlock gearing extender, and I'm coming out, Tom.
You okay? I see ya. That's me a little bit.
Take a close look at the top of your screen there. You can see NASA astronaut Kayla Barron making her way out to her spacewalk, first spacewalk of her career.
Got my waist tether down, and I'm going to start working on getting the medium ORU bag on my BRT.
All right, we copy.
Okay.
Once they're both outside of the Quest airlock, Kayla Barron will be tasked with closing the hatch thermal cover that they passed through earlier.
And try to tend my other to the other side of the bag here.
Okay.
I need
Okay, Kayla, I'm looking at you. I don't see a HECA light. Do you have yours on yet?
I do not, but I'll do it now. Yeah.
I see two green lights. Headlamps are on. I'm looking for, I want you to yaw to your left. I see 3 tabs up. And right safer handle is down, left safer handle is down. And I see your waist tether on the airlock handrail, and your safety tether looks to be in a good config, and your ORU bag is nicely tended to your left.
Sure. And for you, Tom, I see 2 green lights, one for WDS, one for HECA. I see 3 tabs up. I see 2 safety handles, safer handles down. And I see your crew lock bag nicely off to your left there on your BRT. And your tethers look like they're in a good config. And my baseline HAP check is complete. My HAP is dry.
And for one, my HAP is dry as well.
Okay, guys, that sounds like Yeah, guys, that sounds like good buddy checks. And we heard the HAP baselines. If you just take a peek at your gloves, let us know how they look. And then we've budgeted some time for translation adaptation. Take it as you feel like you need it. And we'll stand by here quietly, and you guys let us know.
And for EV1, my gloves, unchanged from previous, they were pristine.
And for EV2, I got a good baseline glove check. They look great.
Okay. Okay, Kayla, and if you wouldn't mind just closing the hatch thermal cover, and if that doesn't stick to the magnet, you can also use that wire tie that's right there staged on handrail 0554.
Work?
Barron is now being tasked with closing the hatch thermal cover that they passed through. They just completed buddy checks. Those are conducted periodically.
To me, like the magnet's working well through.
All right, that's good news. We'll stand by for translation adaptation.
Roger, in work.
These buddy checks are used to check on their spacewalking colleagues. the camera, making sure that's on, that the tethers and tools are still in a good configuration. You'll also periodically hear a call out for the crew member to do a glove check, which they also just completed. The spacewalking astronauts have to be mindful of any sharp edges or small objects that could damage the integrity of their gloves, so they often need to stop and inspect them. They also got the cue to turn on their HECAs. This stands for High Definition Extravehicular Activity Mobility Unit Camera Assembly. It's a fancy way of asking the astronauts to turn on their HD cameras. This allows us to sometimes see the operation from an astronaut's point of view. You'll know we're taking the HECA cameras when you see number 22 in the corner. This means you're seeing the spacewalk through Tom Marshburn's eyes.
I'm heading up to the box.
Copy that, Tom. We got caught in a handover there.
You'll see a number 16 on your screen when Kayla Barron's HECA views are on display.
And we reported that we're good to go if you guys are, Drew.
Sorry about that, guys. We got caught in a handover there, but yes, you guys are go to start your translation out. I know you guys know where you're headed. You're headed out to the starboard CETA cart, Tom, and you can let us know where you decide to put fair leads at the base of the CETA spur, and then Kayla, you're heading out to ELC3, and we'll check in with you when you get to your green hook. We do have a couple cautions and warnings to read to you.
One copy.
Roger, and for 2, can you confirm I'm heading zenith at mile marker 8420?
Affirmative, Kayla. About the time that your feet are over PMM, you'll be looking for mile marker 8420, and that's where you'll head zenith.
Roger.
And Drew 1 is on the CETA spur.
Copy, Tom.
Putting down that base fair lead.
I'll stand by at the circular handrail until your fair lead's in, Tom.
Okay.
And Tom, as you head out...
Fair lead's in place. Go ahead, Drew.
Copy, Tom. And your first action will be just temp stowing your crew lock bag. And that'll be about in the area where you see the tip lee.
Okay, copy.
I'm coming up behind you on the toolbox there.
All right, I'm heading up the CETA spur.
Roger.
Fair lead's in place.
I see it. It looks great.
The astronauts are now headed to their respective workstations outside of the space station. Kayla Barron will take a path to the one that you see in blue here on your screen, to the external logistics carrier number 3, where the spare SASA is mounted. Tom Marshburn will take the shorter path in red on the bottom third of your screen to Canadarm2, the robotic arm. Once configured, European Space Agency astronaut Matthias Maurer will control the robotic arm and take Marshburn to the worksite.
Base 1.
Copy that, Tom. And I can give you a specific mile marker if you're looking for, but I think if you look out there to in front of you, you'll be able to see where the lee is.
All right, copy.
Looks like we're getting our first helmet camera of the day. You can see the number 16 in the corner, indicating this is NASA astronaut Kayla Barron's point of view. She's on her way to the external logistics carrier number 3.
And I'm up at the CETA handrail, getting ready to head out port as well.
Okay. I'm going to let my safety tether kind of bend below you.
It's good to me.
Copy.
Got good eyes on it.
I see your progress, looking good.
Barron will actually pass by the faulty S-band antenna.
0.
But she's going to carry on to the Express Logistics Carrier number 3.
Copy that, Tom. And we think it's probably going to be about mile marker 8670. Anywhere in there is good for your Kulak bag.
Copy. Here's the NTA. I see 8670. I'm going to put down my Kulak bag here.
Copy that.
8420.
Copy that, Kayla. You'll head zenith, and you'll see the GPS antennas.
I see them, Drew.
Okay, and the next thing to look for is the FPMU, and then you're looking for a handrail at the base of that, 3613 for your green hook. And as you place your green hook, I'll give you those cautions and warnings.
Roger. Listen.
Once Barron gets there, she'll work to stow 2 work bags that she brought with her.
So the CETA cart and looking for whiff 1 to grab that APFR.
Copy, Drew.
She'll also get out a tether and install it to the ELC3. It'll be used later to temporarily stow the faulty SASA.
You're on that handrail 3613.
Okay, you can drop your green hook there, and then if you look out to the port side there, you'll see the UHF antenna and the targe. You kind of threading the needle there. We just want you to avoid contact with both of those. If you do have inadvertent contact for you, is when you get out to ELC3 face, as you're climbing up on it, I have one more for you.
The Kulak bag is 10 stowed right there in front of the NTA. And I'm heading further outboard.
Sounds good, Tom. Meet you at whip 1.
Copy.
Drew, my green hook is down on E613. Heading outboard.
Copy that, Kayla. All sounds great.
We're now getting live views from helmet camera number 2 belonging to Tom Marshburn.
Okay, Tom, and it's there on that WIF-X, WIF number 1. Your call whether that APFR, if you want to try to tend it back or put it on your BRT, and then you'll bring that back to the arm.
Okay.
And I'm past the UHF antenna.
Copy, Kayla.
You can see the word CETA on your screen. This stands for Crew and Equipment Translation Aid. Marshburn will stop here to set up the robotic arm. This involves installing a portable foot restraint and using it to get himself situated inside the robotic arm. The portable foot restraint is stored here on the CETA. Once installed and with the go from a flight director, he'll be ready for motion at the controls of Matthias Maurer. Since the portable foot restraint is outside of the station, Marshburn did not have to bring the foot restraint with him. He'll install it back on the CETA once the spacewalk has concluded.
Hey, Kayla, in one of our camera views, we thought we saw maybe your D5 camera was hanging a little low, and we just wanted to have you check to make sure it wasn't snagged on anything.
Okay. Thanks for the check, though.
Copy that.
I'm at the whip and working on getting the APFR out of it.
Copy that, Tom.
And I am approaching the base of ELC-3.
Okay, Kayla, this is just that reminder about the TSYS. Have you come up the outboard face of the ELC? It's in the upper right corner, that aft zenith corner. We just want to avoid contact with that thing.
Roger, avoid contact with TSYS. I'm on ELC-3 heading Venus.
Okay, you're exactly where we had hoped you'd be. You're doing very well. I know that you've got your checklist there of items that we're going to go through. We want to get that medium ORU bag, crew lock bag staged. I can give you any additional words that you require there. Then we want to move that mutt ball stack mutt over to 8708, and we'll catch up with you after that.
Okay. I got what I need, and I'll check in if I have any questions.
And Drew, I'm definitely out of black on black for the APFR on the whiff, but the paddles are not depressing currently. Working on getting the APFR out.
Copy, Tom. Checking.
Moving around, see if I'm side loading it in any way.
Yeah, Tom, that's a good call.
NASA astronaut Kayla Barron is now tasked with stowing 2 work bags that she brought out with her. She'll also put out a tether and install it to the ELC-3. It'll be used later on to temporarily stow the SASA.
Hey, Tom, so we want to try to get your hand circumferentially around that collar and then cycle it to completely through its range of motion. Use 2 hands if you're able, just for cycling the collar only.
I see. Yep. Did get a little further that time. Paddles are depressing now.
You're getting a live look now of NASA astronaut Tom Marshburn as he configures the portable foot restraint, all in preparation to go onto the robotic arm.
And it's free. Thanks a lot. A lot tighter than the pool.
medium or UBAG stage, and I'm working on getting the crew lock bag out.
Sounds great. Hey, Kayla, when you... Copy that, Tom. We'll meet you at the arm. And Kayla, for you, if you wouldn't mind checking your HECA light for us, and then power cycle it if you don't see it on.
Roger. The light is on. Do you still like me to power cycle it?
Checking. Yeah, Kayla, if you would power cycle it, 2 pushes of the button.
NASA astronaut Drew Morgan, our ground IV today, is working with astronaut Kayla Barron on getting her HECA camera on.
All right, copy.
This allows us to see the EVA from Kayla Barron's point of view. If you're just joining us today, 2 NASA astronauts are on a spacewalk outside of the International Space Station. They'll be working with the SASA, or S-Band Antenna Subassembly.
Setting up for the CCA to publish.
Roger, I'm doing well out here, and I'm just going to execute worksite setup for the cup checklist page.
Already on the ground. I'm ready for the arm movement.
All right, we're ready. We'll stand by.
Maneuver to GCA to publish APFR install position.
Say again, Drew.
We're ready. We'll stand by.
Okay, copy, Roger. I'm ready for the GCA to publish for the APFR install.
Copy, Drew. You said stand by.
No, you guys are go. We will pull out, and while you guys work this, Kayla knows what she needs to do, so the comm is yours.
And Roger, Matthias, I'm ready for the GCA.
Copy. You're ready for the maneuver to GCA to publish APFR install position. It's going to be about a half meter nadir and about a meter aft. We're to set it up. I'll let you know when motion starts.
Copy.
Your motion, Tom.
I see good motion.
10 centimeters to go. And here comes your station aft motion.
Copy. Good motion.
Halfway there. Centimeters.
You're getting a great view now of Canadarm2, the robotic arm that will be used for today's operation.
At GCA.
GCA complete.
NASA astronaut Tom Marshburn will take the robotic arm to and from the work sites.
Copy. And I copied, I believe it's Papa 56, Drew.
Yeah, that's a good readback, Tom. Yep, that's a good, and so install at 12, and we expect that probably pitch and yaw are already set, but we'll take a confirmation of that once you're installed.
Yeah, I can confirm that the pitch is good. And I'll check on the rest in a moment.
The movements of the robotic arm today conducted by European Space Agency astronaut Matthias Maurer.
Okay, VFR is black on black. Good rotate test, good full test. And the pitch knob is out. And we're going to pop a check-in on the Fox and the 6.
Good check so far, Tom. And Kayla, we did get your HECA back, so your actions were successful. Thank you.
Sure.
NASA astronaut working now with ESA astronaut Matthias Maurer to configure the robotic arm. The space station is now flying over the ocean and will shortly reach the eastern coast of Sierra Leone.
Okay, Fox and 6 are confirmed.
Okay, Tom, that sounds like your APFR is in a good configuration, and so we'll have you retrieve your crew lock bag and put it on your BRT, and then I'll be ready to talk you through your tether swap to the arm.
Okay, copy that.
And just for SA, I've got the Gulf segment stage on 8708, moving on to the next test. Just setting up for the stanchion mount bolt.
Looking good so far, Kayla.
While I'm here, I'll get the quarter turn fastener.
Copy that. You're going for those 3/4 turns.
Andrew, I'm going to get the 2 more nadir ones and save the other one for when I get to the other side or Tom's here. The 2 are removed.
Okay, copy that, Kayla. So that, could you give us a total then, that is, that you've already worked?
2 total are removed.
Copy that.
NASA astronaut Kayla Barron is now working to tie back some insulation layers on the spare SASA. This is a task that will help them later on in their spacewalk.
Drew, I got good PGT checks, Cal complete, and I'm ready for PGT settings for the stanchion mount bolt uplock.
Okay, we're looking for Bravo 7 clockwise 2. We'll be driving this bolt.
Roger, I've got Bravo 7 clockwise 2 set.
Okay, we're expecting 9 to 10 turns. And we expect
I've got the socket.
And we expect it'll spring back when it's fully released.
Roger, starting turns for 9 to 10 turns. And I've got 9 to 10 turns. There is play in it now, so it is springing back as expected. Bolt release out of the launch, or, well, I guess it's driven out of the launch block.
All right, that's great news, and you can go ahead and stow your PGT, and then you can start working the rets and adjustables.
Roger. I already have the ret stage for the tent and clamshell. I'm going to work NZGL caps, and then I will stage the reducer tether for the shirt and scarf.
That sounds good.
You're hearing the voice of NASA astronaut Kayla Barron as she communicates to our ground IV, Drew Morgan, about some tasks at the ELC-3 that will help prep the spare SASA to be moved.
And Tom, just checking back in with you. We're just looking for, when you tell us your green hook is locked, I can talk you through the other steps, or you can continue to work ahead.
I am in the green hook locked currently.
Okay, copy.
My green hook is locked.
Okay, I understand that your green hook is locked on your red.
That's affirmed.
Green hook is locked on your red reel, so now you can attach your yellow hook to the arm lee forward stanchion and then give us those checks. Yellow hook.
Okay, that should work.
As NASA astronaut Kayla Barron preps the spare SASA, you just heard ground IV Drew Morgan checking in with NASA astronaut Tom Marshburn as he configures the robotic arm.
Looks great, Kayla.
My yellow hook is closed and locked on the forward part of the end effector and rail. Going for my green, I'm going to ret to it first.
Sounds good. Just let us know where you put it.
Copy.
We're starting to get some Earth views down below. The space station is currently passing over the western coast of Mali.
My green hook is at 8790.
We copy, Tom.
Andrew, I'm complete with staging the MLI tether, and if you agree, I'm going to start working on removing the tent and clamshell.
We'll go with that.
NASA astronaut Kayla Barron working to remove some covers.
Published for the egress.
Yep, you've got the comm, Tom.
Meanwhile, Tom Marshburn is getting ready to go on the robotic arm.
Yay.
You are. The comm is yours.
All right. Yes, Roger. Ready for the GCA to publish for the APFR ingress.
And copy, Tom. You ready for maneuver to GCA to publish APFR ingress position?
Good copy.
And this movement's going to be about a half-meter zenith, and if you could just keep an eye on that ingress aid for us, Tom. We can't quite see it in the camera, so just the T-handle looked like it was kind of close to a handrail. As we move zenith, just let us know if it gets too close.
I can move it a little bit, stand by one. I'm going to move it a little bit away from it. Okay, that's complete, and it's out of the way.
Great, thanks. Well, I'll let you know when the motion starts.
Copy.
Tom Marshburn now switching his tethers over to attach himself to the robotic arm. Soon he'll get into the foot restraint where Matthias Maurer can take him to the worksite. Both astronauts will meet at the Port 1 truss to remove the degraded SASA.
10 centimeters. Hey, that's the published position. How's that look?
Looks good. GCA.
GCA complete. Brakes are on.
Copy. Ingress.
Okay, Tom, you can attach your waist tether and ingress to the ingress aid or on the ingress aid itself or at the tether point, your choice, and then go ahead and ingress the APFR.
Copy. And work.
Astronaut Tom Marshburn is visible on screen. You can tell it's him because of the red stripes on his spacesuit. You can see that his feet are flying free, but they'll soon be attached to the robotic arm.
Okay. And for Tom, I'm ingress. I'm ready for the maneuver.
Okay, Tom, we would just have you check your tools and tethers are clear. Ingress aid is pulled in close to you.
Tools and tethers are clear. Ingress aid is in close.
Okay, then you can work with Raja and Matthias and go to move it to the gimbal back-off position.
Yes, Roger, ready for the maneuver.
For maneuver to gimbal back off position, brakes are coming off. All right, this will be about a 2-meter forward move. We'll let you know when motion starts.
Copy.
starting motion.
Say good motion.
Tom, while you're in motion, we'll take a glove and a half.
North.
Here you go.
Copy. Gloves are pristine. Office dry.
We copy, Tom.
And send reverse. And we're setting up a showcast for you, Todd.
Copy. How's the shroud going, Kayla?
Good. I got the clamshell removed and it tended back towards the high pressure gas tank as we hoped.
Okay.
And I am working on tents as we speak.
Nice work.
All right, Tom, here comes the showcast. It's going to be mostly zenith and some aft motion. It's going to take about 2 minutes. Start in motion.
Say good motion.
NASA astronaut Kayla Barron reporting that she's wrapping up her tasks at the first stop of the ELC-3 today, where the spare NASA lives. She's removed some multi-layer insulation. And she's also driven a stanchion mounting belt out of the launch position.
Motion's wrapping out.
Looks like we'll need some starboard.
We're setting up some cameras and they'll be ready to maneuver you to the GCA to publish gimbal position.
Okay. Ready for the maneuver to GCA.
Okay, we copy your ready, Tom, and with that, we'll go ahead and start GCA to publish gimbal position. It's going to be about starboard about 1 meter, and then aft about 1.5 meters.
Okay, start GCA, and let's start with what you just said.
All right, starting motion.
Say good motion. And stop motion.
Okay, that's the end of your starboard motion, and here comes about aft about 1.5 meters.
Copy. I copy that. See if I can work with this here. And I do need starboard about another 10 centimeters.
We're in a brief but expected handover period between satellites. We expect to get our live views of our spacewalking astronauts back soon.
That motion.
Yeah, that motion stopped.
And in GCA.
Copy, GCA complete. And brakes are on.
Copy. Working the gimbal lock bolt.
Okay, we're with you, Tom. Let us know how it looks to you. You can adjust the gimbal as you need to get those bolts locked into their, or rotated into their locked position. And once they're engaged, we want you to push inward on the base of the antenna to ensure that the septum is seated against those spacer blocks. We do have a caution here for you that we don't want you to use more than 7.7 pounds of force, because that can actually dislodge them, let the bolts rotate out of position.
Okay. Just so you know, they are not easily coming out of the, over that lip on the ramp. I don't want to put too much force on them.
And Tom, does it look like you have pretty good access to all four from this position?
It does. I'll try to move it around. I didn't get any motion on any of them to start with. I'm going to try to move the septum a little bit. Okay, with one, particularly in the septum. There's three out of the third position.
And Drew, I have the clamshell and tent tethered down and tucked in, I think, sufficiently to allow me to translate across. Just wondering if you think I should start working the ERAD for the launch bolt.
Yeah, Kayla, we think that's the next best step. So we'll work towards getting your ERAD on, give us those checks, and then we'll start working those bolts.
Roger, and work.
Kayla Barron reporting out that she has finished removing some layers of insulation from the spare SASA. This is after she drove the stanchion mount bolt out of its launch position. And now that she's working ahead of schedule, she's doing some tasks that was planned for the next time she was supposed to be here at this workstation. Just doing a bit of tasks to get ahead.
Sun's going down if you guys want to adjust those visors.
Copy.
Drew?
So Drew, I've got all four out of the unlocked.
Copy that, Tom.
Means I'm going to need a little more GCA. Go one side than the other.
That sounds good. You can
Yep, I'm good.
work with the team up there with Matthias and Raja, and we'll give the comm over to you. And it sounds like Kayla's good to go while she's getting her ERAD set up.
It And Drew, I'll start working on bolt 1, which is my right shoulder. So upside down, then I'll switch over to 2, 3, and then 4. We're getting them in the locked position, but not torquing them yet.
Copy, you're just engaging them, but you're not actually doing the drive yet.
Confirm. Mathias, Roger, ready for GCA?
We are ready. Where do you want to go?
20 centimeters starboard and yaw left.
Copy, 20 centimeters starboard and then yaw left. We'll do the starboard first and then yaw you from there. Okay, brakes are off.
Okay.
And confirm station starboard.
Starboard, that's affirmed.
Are you in motion?
Good motion.
Centimeter.
Stop motion.
Stopping motion.
I'm going to ask for a little station aft about 10 centimeters. Got my ingress aid. I've got to get clearance with high gain.
Copy, station aft 10 centimeters.
Good copy. I see good motion. Stop motion.
Okay, there's your 10 centimeters.
And now the yaw left, body yaw left, 30 degrees.
Copy, yaw left 30 degrees.
Good motion. Okay, stop motion.
We got a handover coming over.
Stopping motion, that's about 5 degrees.
And one more station zenith, 20 centimeters.
20 centimeters zenith.
Good copy. Good motion. Stop motion.
Motion.
And NGCA.
GCA complete.
Copy. And wait for brakes on.
Brakes are on.
Copy.
Andrew, I have the thread on my PGT with a good pull test. The wobble is now on the socket caddy, also a good pull test, and I am getting in position for the launch bolts.
Copy, Kayla, and
I think there's a hand over Kayla. Can I go ahead?
Yeah, we're about 30 seconds to handover, so Kayla, we're going to have you do a glove and hap check, and we'll catch you on the other side of the handover.
Roger, we'll stand by.
And Mathias and Roger, I'm ready for a GCA back to the original position and then to the other side.
Okay, so we'll undo what we did. That's going to be taking you about 20 centimeters later. We'll take out the yaw and then take you back port.
Good copy.
Kayla Barron now reporting out that she's done some tasks ahead of time with the extra time that she's had. Originally, she was supposed to prep the spare SASA, head over to the P1 truss with Tom Marshburn, and then they would both go back to the spare together and work to loosen some bolts. However, since Barron is already at the spare SASA, she decided to do some tasks ahead of time.
And just for the nadir part, so I'll take motion the yaw and the port. I can work on the other side.
Okay, copy. Sorry about that. Brakes are coming back off. Here comes the yaw.
Motion.
Okay, the yaw is back out. Here comes 10 centimeters station forward.
And stop motion.
Stopping motion there. And then you're ready for your 20 centimeters port.
Ready for the port.
Starting your port motion.
Motion.
And motion stops. How's that look?
Looking out clear. I'll take station aft again. Give me another 10 centimeters there.
another 10 centimeters station aft. Moving.
Good copy. Good motion. Stop motion.
Okay, stopping motion.
Waiting for brakes on.
Brakes are on. Confirm GCA complete.
GCA complete.
Drew, are you back with us?
Yeah, Kayla, we're back. We're waiting for the GCA complete. I have PGT settings for you when you're ready.
I already have Bravo 4 counterclockwise 2 set, and I'm in position to drive on your go.
Okay, we'll go for that. You're on the low gain antenna side, the side that we were expecting. 11 to 19 turns on the PGT, if you're counting at the PGT. And then just let us know whether you're working the forward or the aft.
11 to 19 with the PGT, and I'll start with the forward.
Copy.
Drew, I'm waking up my PGT. It looks like all bolts are in place, ready to be torqued.
Okay, Tom, your settings are Alpha 5 clockwise 2.
Alpha 5 clockwise 2.
Barron reporting out that she's ready to work on the release of 2 launch bolts connected to the spare SASA. You can see her now working with the pistol grip tool.
For SA, I'm just going to put down my end effector to keep me a little closer to structure here and then try. Bolts.
Sounds like a great plan.
The pistol grip tool, or PGT, is basically a cordless drill.
And Drew, I'm ready for the settings again, please.
Alpha 5 clockwise 2, you're driving, and it'll only be 3 turns.
Alpha 5 clockwise 2.
All right, that's a good read back, and we're going to do these in order 1, 2, 3, 4. So we're starting at the bolt on your right side towards your head. 3 turns will take torque, turns, and light.
Copy, understand.
Marshburn is working to install gimbal locks that give the spacewalkers a little more control of the degraded unit in its move from P1 and over to the Express Logistics Carrier number 3. It just means that the communications antenna won't make any sudden unpredicted moves.
And Drew, I'm at 19 turns. I want to confirm whether you expect it to spring out when released.
Kayla, yes, we are expecting that it would spring out.
I don't think it has yet. Do you have a go to put a few more turns on it?
Yeah, Kayla, you can go ahead and keep driving.
Roger.
Drew, I got 2.5 turns. The torque, green light on bolt number 1. For bolt number 2.
Copy that, Tom, on bolt number 1, and then you're moving over to bolt 2.
Left shoulder. Copy.
And Drew, the forward bolt has sprung out. That was 25 turns total, starting with the aft.
Good words, and understand you're moving over to the aft.
And Drew, I got 2.1 turns, 2.2 turns, and torque to 2.3. One for the left knee, bolt 3.
And Tom, it happened on the bolt number 1. We didn't hear the torque on that, but we did hear that your turn's in green light on bolt number 1, the first one you did.
It was 2.5. It was 2 programmed.
Copy that, 2.5.
Copy.
Stand by, Tom.
Standing by.
Tom, we're going to have you double-check PGT settings and just read back what you see.
I see. There was an Alpha 1. Thought I had an Alpha 2. Over to Alpha 2. Starting back with Bolt 1.
Tom, we're expecting Alpha 5. Alpha 5 for you, Tom.
I missed that. Copy, thanks, and Alpha 5.
Tom Marshburn now getting his pistol grip tool configured to drive 4 total gimbal locks. Again, this helps control the motion of the faulty SAS in the unit.
That one took 23 turns, 2-3. And wondering if you think I should work a socket swap and head back to Tom, or head to view the launch bolts on the other side.
Copy, Kayla. We're checking. One thing that we needed to go back on is, and during the handover we missed your hat and glove. Just confirm that those were both good. We assume they were.
Yep. Hat is dry, glove check is good.
Okay, Kayla, and just give us a moment here. We're talking next steps for you.
Roger.
And Drew, I've got 3.1 and 6.8 on the torque. Green light for Bolt 1.
Copy that, Tom. We got 6.8 that time and a green light Bolt 1, and so we'll be on to Bolt 2. That's a good bolt on Bolt 1.
On to Bolt 2.
Tom Marshburn confirms that he's finished driving the first of 4 gimbal lock bolts.
And Kayla, for you, we'll just have you go ahead and remove the ERAD from go back to your socket swap, go back to your original socket setup, and then we're going to have you head over to see Tom. When you come off of VLC, we do want to make sure that we get a check of your safer handles.
Okay, that's all in work.
Drew, I've got his green light 6.8 and 1 turn on Bolt 2.
Copy that, Tom.
Marshburn confirmed that he has the second of 4 gimbal lock bolts driven. Meanwhile, Kayla Barron worked with ground IV Drew Morgan to get her tools configured, and she'll start making her way over to the P1 truss with Tom Marshburn shortly.
Bolting down, I got 2 more bolts to go.
Roger, and I'm just working on my socket swap, and then I'll head back your way.
Copy.
ERAD's on the socket caddy with a good pull test, working the wobble.
Drew, green light, 7 and 1.2 turns. Bolt 3.
Copy that, Tom. Copy, Kayla.
Go Bolt 4.
We're good on Bolt 3, so we're ready for 4. Right side toward your boot.
Okay. And that bolt is not all the way in the slot. It's stuck about halfway. Been working that one. I'm going to go and torque it down halfway there if you're all right with that.
Checking.
Fixed. Doesn't come out easily. Doesn't come out at all. But also now it's not going in. I think it jogged its way out a little bit with the other bolts. So I can see a slight gap in the slot between the bolt head and the septum, but still wedged in the slot.
Copy, checking. Tom, we're going to hold there for a moment and just talk about this and decide whether we're going to try to drive this one down at all.
Copy.
And guys, the last we checked, we were about 20 minutes ahead of the timeline, and our limiting consumable at that point was Medox, 640 EVA.
Roger. And Drew, I got the wobble socket back on my PGT with a good pull test. Both of my safer handles are down, and I'm going to start heading back towards Tom.
Sounds great, Kayla.
Great job, Kayla. Thanks for your time. We were talking about this last bolt a little bit.
Alva?
Yeah, Kayla, absolutely great. We are doing very well on time right now.
Roger.
Tom, we wanted to have you check with bolt 4 if you were able to back that bolt off by hand one turn.
Give it a try. Oh, the bolt head itself.
Affirmative.
Work. Now, it is gloves just slipping over it. Oh, it got a little bit of motion out of it there. There's still no PGT in play with it here.
If you're just joining us, we're just over 1 hour into the planned 6.5-hour spacewalk with NASA astronauts Kayla Barron and Tom Marshburn. Marshburn spent the first portion of the hour configuring the robotic arm that he took to the P1 work site where the degraded SASA lives. Meanwhile, Kayla Barron worked at the Express Logistics Carrier number 3 to do some prep work on the spare SASA. She worked diligently and got some tasks done ahead of time. Marshburn is in process of installing 4 gimbal locks to reduce the motion of the degraded SASA.
Slight gimbling motion of the bolt itself. Still the sort of halfway point, half engaged. The nut below the bolt head is does spin freely.
We copy, Tom. We're still talking about it a little bit.
A little bit. Jiggle, the septum really doesn't jiggle anymore with the other bolts engaged. I believe when I was working bolts 2 and 3, bolt 4 walked out just a half a bolt head width diameter.
Yeah, we copy, Tom. And so what we're going to do is we're going to have you reset your PGT to alpha 1 clockwise 2, alpha 1 clockwise 2, lower setting, and then we're going to have you drive on that.
Alpha, say again, setting. You said alpha 2?
Alpha 1, clockwise 2.
Alpha 1. Alpha 1, clockwise 2.
I am passing the UHF antenna.
Copy, Kayla?
Clockwise 2. All right, 2.5 on the torque green light and 2.5 turns, 2.3 turns.
Okay, Tom, with that, we're calling those 4 good gimbal bolts. You can stow your PGT, and then you can work with the arm to maneuver to the P1 retrieval back-off position. And before we do that, I just wanted to let Kayla know that once you get there, Kayla, you can start to work those electrical connectors, P2, P3, and P4, and give us the words on the backside.
Roger, that's in work now. I tell them what's to come.
All right, thanks. And the PS and Raj are ready for the maneuver to the back-off position. My tools and tethers are clear.
Also take out a little bit of what we did on some of that GCA. I'll let you know when we're ready to start.
Okay, that's a good copy for me.
Marshburn reported out that all 4 gimbal locks have been installed to reduce the motion of the degraded SASA as they both work to move it to the ELC-3 shortly. Barron is still making her way over to the P1 site to help Marshburn remove the degraded SASA, and Marshburn is working with the crew aboard the space station to get into the right configuration to do this.
Starting ISS forward motion, about 1.5 meters.
Copy. I see good motion.
Centimeters. All right, here comes port motion.
Big in motion.
Centimeters. There was a little bit of nadir motion.
Good motion.
Okay, that's the position that we're going to set up for a joint OCAS. Take us a little bit, and it'll be about a 4.5 minute move.
Okay, Tom, before we do that next maneuver. Go ahead, Kayla.
Roger. All 3 of the NCGLs are demated, levers full aft over center. And for all 3, no FOD, no butt pins, and good EMI bands. I'm assessing now whether I need to wire tie or adjustable them out of the way.
Copy that, Kayla. It sounds like those are good checks. And then once you assess whether or not you need to wire tie, then we'll have you move towards BRT handrail 3618. And Tom, for you, before we do this next maneuver, we got a little checklist of things we wanted to run through with you when you're ready.
I'm ready.
Okay. Tom, we're going to have you check your tools and tethers are clear, and your ingress aid is stowed, pulled close to your body. Probably keep your visor up because it's going to be nighttime for a couple more minutes, and then check your glove heaters.
Okay, good call on the glove heaters. My tools and tethers are clear, and the ingress aid is pulled towards me. My visor's in a good position.
Okay, set your cooling if you need to, and then verify your heels are secured. Think heels out this entire time. And then a glove and hat for us.
Hat is dry. And gloves are still pristine. Happy on the cooling, I'm good.
Fun bit of history here. Back in 2007, Expedition 16 astronaut Rick Mastracchio and Clay Anderson relocated the S-band antenna subassembly from P6 to P1, where the astronauts are working now.
Thomas, we mostly taking you aft and then zenith.
Big in motion.
Back in 2007, Mastracchio and Anderson reported having the same difficulty that Tom Marshburn had with that 4th bolt.
Hey, Kayla, while the arm is flying, we can give you
Joe test, correct? Yeah.
Kayla.
Drew, I thought Bravo 7 counterclockwise 2 set. I think if I understood the procedure correctly, I can break torque now and then stand by for Tom's go to continue.
Yeah, Kayla, those are good settings, and you have a go to brake torque, 1 turn only.
Okay, brake torque, 1 turn only.
You can hear now that the astronauts Tom Marshburn and Kayla Barron will be working together on this step. Marshburn will tether the SASA before it's set completely free with the release of the stanchion bolt that Barron is removing. This is the one that attaches the antenna unit to the P1 truss structure. The view you see here live on your screen is Kayla Barron retrieving her pistol grip tool and configuring it to break torque on that stanchion bolt that attaches the degraded SASA to the space station.
Andrew, I believe torque is broken 1 turn. I just want to confirm I was fully seated on the bolt. A little hard to tell because it's in the, I'm stanching out pretty deep there. Checking the PGT steps. Yep, and torque is broken, Drew.
Copy that, Kayla.
I was on it originally.
Yeah, Kayla, if you had experienced any running torque at all, we expected that you broke torque if you were experiencing some running torque.
And I'm just standing by for Tom's go to continue turn.
Copy that.
Just wrapping up. All right, Joe gas is complete, and we are ready for maneuver to GCA to publish P1 retrieval position.
And I am also ready for the maneuver to publish.
Can you give us just a second to set up the maneuver, and we'll let you know when motion starts.
Copy.
All right, Tom, there'll be 3 moves here. We're going to take in nadir, and then starboard, and then forward.
Sounds good.
And starting with 2 meters nadir.
All right, Kayla, ready for the GCA?
I'm ready.
All right, ready for GCA to publish.
Okay, here we go.
Motion.
And Tom, with the nighttime and the camera views, we don't have the best clearance of your head in the, so just obviously keep us informed.
Will do.
There's nadir left. Here comes a little bit of starboard motion.
Copy. Motion.
Okay, and then here comes a meter ISS forward.
Copy.
Yeah, sorry.
Marshburn gave Kayla Barron the go to release the stanchion bolt that she was working on releasing with her pistol grip tool, meaning that Tom Marshburn confirms that he has a grasp on the degraded SASA and it's tethered correctly. Meanwhile, the astronauts aboard the International Space Station gave a go that they were ready to move the robotic arm.
And stop motion.
Okay, stopping motion about 30 centimeters short of published.
All right, when you get brakes on, I'll rat to it.
Hey, brakes are on, GCA complete. And you're go for P1 SAS retrieval.
Copy. All right, I've got a ret to the handrails of the RFG. And I have 2 hands on it.
Roger. Bye.
I am ready if everybody's ready for you to the final torque.
All right, Tom, if you and Kayla are good,
The stanchion mount bolt.
you have a go to release. We're expecting about 18 turns. We want you to maintain some pressure on that bolt head.
Roger. Adjust my body position a little bit here. Starting turn. It's 9 turns, and I'm just gonna readjust the.
Kayla, we were just going to have you double check your PGT settings. It looks like we might be a little higher counterclockwise speed right now.
Yep, I think I got knocked into counter 3. Back in counter 2 now.
All right, that's a good check.
The degraded unit is in a position known as a soft dock. It's connected to the space station, but only that stanchion bolt is keeping it in place. Kayla Barron is working to remove it.
7 minutes.
The next step in the procedures after this is accomplished is to move it over to the Express Logistics carrier number 3 and temporarily stow it using a rigid tether that Kayla Barron had installed earlier in the spacewalk.
Andrew, could you say again total turns I'm looking for here?
We're expecting about 18.
Roger. There's 18. Did it spring out?
We do expect it to spring up.
A little light tug.
Roger. That count could be a little off, Drew, because it's kind of difficult to tell if it's fully seated. But I'm going to get it back on there and then some more turns.
Yep, go ahead with some additional turns.
Okay, it is released. T's removed. I'm going to stow that. And then give me a chance to just reposition myself, Tom.
Okay. I just have light touch both hands.
All right, that's... Kayla, that sounds good, and we're just going to have you pull axially as close as you can to the center of gravity down there, and light touch from Tom as he's already commented.
Copy.
Could you please pull it away from the stanchion mount? It looks pretty straight.
Coming a little way. I think I got arm motion, not stanchion motion.
The gap's increasing.
Okay, I'm going to continue to pull.
Yep, keep going.
Pulling.
It might be side-loaded.
Okay, I'm going to pull it, rock it a little bit towards me.
Yep, that's looking great.
Okay,
It's removed.
It's removed. 2 hands on a ret on a free degraded SASA.
Great news.
Oh, nice. Teamwork.
The degraded SASA is now officially free from the International Space Station.
Copy your go for the maneuver to ELC-3 temp stow back on position.
I am ready
coming
for
off.
maneuver. Copy.
They just got the go to move it over to the Express Logistics carrier number 3. It will ride along the robotic arm with Tom Marshburn to the worksite.
Feel the need to restrain the NZGL. Yeah, corridor is clear.
Copy that. No wire tie needed, and then we'll meet you out at ALC 3.
Roger, heading that way now.
I'm taking a look at you real quick, Kayla, since we won't see each other for 7 minutes. We have a chance.
I see you. Holding it fast.
If each other really looks good.
Thanks. And now board, I'll see you out there, Tom.
Yep, see you in about 7 minutes.
Enjoy the ride.
Hi, Tom, you ready for motion?
Ready for motion.
We'll start in GCA. It's going to be about 1.5 meters aft, little port, and then 2 meters in, kind of back to where you started from a little bit ago.
Copy.
Start in motion, aft.
Be good motion.
Nice have your skill. I'm going to take you about 15 centimeters port.
Copy.
And then about 2 meters unit.
Copy. And I'm seeing good motion all around.
You're getting now the helmet camera views of NASA astronaut Kayla Barron as she translates back to the Express Logistics Carrier number 3. Astronaut Tom Marshburn is taking the express route over to the work site. He's taking the robotic arm while carrying the degraded SASA that the two of them just worked together to break free.
Hey guys, the sun will be coming up, and we're about 50 minutes ahead on the timeline.
Roger.
And Tom, this is going to be about a 7-minute long JOCAS. It's going to be course motion.
Copy.
Mostly port motion to take you over towards ELC 3.
Copy all.
Both astronauts are making their way out to the next workstation, the Express Logistics Carrier 3. Their next task is to temporarily stow the degraded SASA. They're going to put it on a rigid tether that Kayla Barron had installed earlier. This task is expected to take about 25 minutes. However, our two spacewalking astronauts are making great time.
A third of the way through the move.
Copy.
They reported that they're a third of the way over to the work site, and as they may make their way over, I'm going to take a question from Twitter. We have a question from Shazzy, who asks, are they always hooked connected to the ISS during spacewalk? That's a great question, and the answer is yes, they are always tethered to the space station. You may often hear the Capcom or the ground IV working with the astronauts working on tether configurations. For instance, earlier, Tom Marshburn had to get his tethers from the space station and onto the robotic arm. However, in the unlikely event that they become untethered, Marshburn and Barron both have SAFER units on. SAFER is a shorter way of saying Simplified Aid for EVA Rescue. If you're familiar with the jetpack, the SAFERs are not too far off. They're worn during spacewalks as a precaution only, and they're only used if an astronaut were to become untethered from the space station. In this unlikely situation, the astronaut would use their SAFER to propel themselves back to the space station, just like a jetpack.
I can see you there. Getting the side all nice and prepped. The clamshell in the line going.
Again about the clamshell, Tom?
I can just see that it's off.
Yep, it is.
Yep. Nice work down there. Coming in over your right shoulder.
Hey, Kayla, we've got a photo request for you.
Yes, sir.
At a time that you think makes the most sense, we'd like you to get a photo of Bolt 4, gimbal Bolt 4, that was not in the exact configuration we expected. And if you wouldn't mind, at any point, whether that's as Tom's flying in or while he's working his mass bolts, anytime, not absolutely required, but it'll be helpful if you can.
You just heard the voice of NASA astronaut Kayla Barron. It will be her first spacewalk, while Tom Marshburn is on his fifth. Marshburn's first 3 spacewalks took place over the course of the 15-day STS-127 mission back in 2009. The mission saw the delivery of the Japanese-built exposed facility and the experiment logistics module exposed section to the space station. The 4th spacewalk of his career occurred in 2013 when Marshburn worked with Chris Cassidy to mitigate an ammonia coolant leak.
All right, you're in position hold. We're setting up here, and we'll be ready to maneuver to GCA to publish for the SAS attempt stow position.
Copy. Kayla, do you want me to hold it up to you for a picture or just wait till later?
Is it currently gimbal Bolt 4 on my side? Yeah, let me give it a shot. Yeah.
Yes.
And Tom, we're loaded up, so just let us know when you're ready.
Okay. Ready for the GCA to publish?
That means starting GCA will be about 2.5 meters later.
Copy.
Not sure if I got it there.
I'm going to get a little closer to you right now.
Good motion.
Good motion.
Hey, Kayla, Tom, just confirm you're clearing the high gain antenna from the EL23.
And Tom can confirm I am.
Okay, thanks.
Got it tended forward.
1 meter to go.
Continue. Stop motion.
You can confirm stop motion?
Stop motion.
Stop motion about 30 centimeters short of the published.
What do you think, Kayla? I think we're good.
I think we can get it on. If you feel comfortable.
All right, in GCA.
Copy, GCA complete.
And I can hold it up so you can get that picture right now if you'd like.
Okay.
Or before we pop it in.
Say again?
I can turn the high gain around to you for a picture if you'd like now, or do it later. All right?
Yeah, let's do it now.
Okay. A little closer for you than that last one. Tell me when you're good.
Watch the high gain antenna on the spare over here. You're a little close.
Copy.
And mutt's in the way, and I don't really want to move it too much.
All right, we can just do it later.
Stand by.
Okay. I can rotate it that way if you like.
That's good. Stay right there. All right. Yeah, I think I got several pictures of it there. It's the one closest to the high gain antenna, correct?
Yeah, there's two of them, and the one closest to the high gain, that's, yeah, that's affirmed.
I got photos.
Okay. Now I'm handing it over to you to...
Please keep control for now.
I am.
And
control.
You can rotate the handrail toward the up. And let's see.
You'll lift this end up.
Yeah. Tom, if you could just rotate it so that it's RFG facing up. There you go.
I see.
And we're almost in there. Just need to straighten out. And if you could lift your end up.
Work.
And but further, your end needs to go toward forward and up a little bit. That's looking pretty good. The jaws aren't fully, the pedals aren't fully popped out. There they go. And I'll lock them now. And let me put my ret on it.
All right, I still have a hand on it. No ret.
Roger. All right, I've got an independent ret. It's a large, small ret from the handrail of the degraded SAFA to the ELC3 grid, and paddles are jaws closed, paddles out, and locked. So you have to go to remove your Tom.
Copy. Feels really stable on there. And I'm going to have to go, let's see, Matthias Raspberry, I'm going to need to head up about 10 centimeters. Okay, good clearance.
The SAFA is just above your helmet now, Tom. You may need to lean back.
Stand by.
The brakes are coming off, and you're in a body frame now, and you want 10 centimeters head up.
Body frame, that's affirmed. Project clearance and 10 centimeter heads up.
Copy, starting motion.
In motion. And stop motion.
Stopping motion.
Waiting for brakes on.
You're hearing the voices of Tom Marshburn and Kayla Barron, and as Tom communicates to the operators of the robotic arm, Matthias Maurer and his backup Rajachari, he's giving commands so he can hand off the degraded SASA to Kayla Barron, who will work to stow the SASA on the Express Logistics carrier.
Ready for the GCA to publish to the spare site.
Are you ready for...
We're in a brief but expected handover period between satellites right now, getting a live view of mission control in Houston.
First, we're going to take out, we give you 10 centimeters body down.
Copy. Good motion.
Okay, next we're going to give you a meter body left.
Copy.
There has been a lot of back and forth between the work sites. Kayla Barron first starting off in her original position coming out of the Quest airlock, heading over to the Express Logistics Carrier 3. She then went back to the P1 Truss where Tom Marshburn was to help remove the degraded SASA. They've both now gone back to the Express Logistics Carrier where they're stowing the degraded SASA. Fortunately for their next step, they're going to stay here at the Express Logistics Carrier and retrieve the spare. If you remember earlier, Kayla Barron did a lot of tasks to get ahead on this activity.
10 centimeters. Wrapping up. Okay, that's the published position. How's that look?
I'm going to need, you're looking probably another 10 centimeters. No, actually, let's stick with that. Body forward, 20 centimeters. Got good clearance?
Copy, 20 centimeters, body forward, moving.
Ingress maybe is clear. Motion.
All right, there's 20 centimeters.
It looks good. And then GCA.
GCA complete. Brakes are on.
Copy. Drew, I'm here at the site. I believe I got to get rid of these pit fins.
Yeah, good words. Tom, I just wanted to give you guys a quick update. First of all, tremendous choreography right up through this point. You guys right now are about an hour ahead of the timeline. The limited consumable is still MEDOX about 7 hours, so plenty of time. We would like to get a glove and hat check from both of you, and then, yes, we're going to start working the shirt and scarf.
EV1, half is dry. Gloves remain pristine, unchanged from dress.
And my half is dry. My gloves look good. I do have some black smudges on my fingertips. I'm trying to hold it up to my camera for you.
We're checking, Kayla.
Seeing that? Okay. Got a good view.
We're going to continue, Kayla. We see them, and we are good with that.
Okay. And Tom, I see you found the tether.
I did.
We're now approaching the 2-hour mark out of our planned 6.5-hour spacewalk. NASA astronauts Tom Marshburn and Kayla Barron working diligently on their task of replacing a degraded communications antenna system. They're now about an hour ahead of schedule. The SASA or S-band antenna subassembly is used to transmit.
I'm sure I can reach that.
Is the shirt and scarf both tethered, Tom?
No, the scarf is not.
Okay.
I see tether points over on your side. Looks like they're rotated from what we expected a bit.
Okay. Do you want to pass the adjustable through to me?
If we can work that.
I just can't. I got to be careful because I got the Logan antenna near me.
Yeah. Might need a GCA to get to you.
Just try kind of passing it, like let it float.
Yeah.
It might have a red on it, I think.
Yeah.
If you remove your red, I would probably be able to get it, Tom.
Okay.
This antenna is used to transmit low-rate voice and data between the space station with the flight controllers on the ground here in Houston using S-band radio frequencies.
I'm just going to take a second to make sure the ret cord. This ret appears to be locked out, Tom. Is that intentional?
It was. It was helping me out a lot.
May want to consider unlocking it once I get this on here. My worry is that it could snarl.
Yeah, I'm going to tend it out here, keep it straight.
And did you remove it from the tether point?
I did.
Okay.
Yeah, I have to get over there, at least to be able to throw it to you.
All right, stand by. I'm going to need to use hands probably.
I can always GCA again to get in there.
Barron and Marshburn now communicating back and forth, working on the best way to stow the degraded SASA to the Express Logistics Carrier 3. This degraded SASA was on the P-1 Truss, and it got moved here to the space station's Express Logistics Carrier.
All right. Why don't I try to GCA in there?
I can get it, Tom. I'm just going to need to put a BRT down, I think.
Okay.
Just because I need two hands in order to prevent the tether from moving, and I don't want to run into the Logan antenna. It's just off to my side. Okay, and if you could turn the tether back toward me, please. The scarf is now tethered, and are you able to reach a tether point on your side?
I am. I'm not. The tether point that was in the picture, I'd like to make absolutely sure that it's not another. If we could confirm there's only two tether points for the scarf.
My vantage point, that one right in front of you, looks like it's on the shirt.
I think it is two. Its connection point, though, was covered by an MLI flap. Let me go back over to the...
And com check with you?
Tom, we think that there are two tether points on the scarf.
And just two. Okay. Then we have both the shirt and the scarf tethered at this point.
Tom, if you could just stand by for 1 second.
Copy. Still working against you.
Because of the way the tether is now routed, we're just going to have to slide the scarf off the end of the high gain antenna.
The shirt and scarf you hear them referring to is basically a thermal blanket covering the bulk of the communication system and its skinnier neck.
Okay, there's some...
You need to release the Velcro on your side, and then we'll just slide it off forward. And it will be clear.
Okay.
Clear, Tom.
Not yet. There we go.
Away. Scarf is removed.
Put on the shirt. And I'm working a little too far away from the SAT, so I'm going to ask for another GCA if I can take the comm.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Matthias, Roger. Need a GCA to get a little closer.
Where do you want to go?
All right, I want to go body up 10, 20 centimeters and pitch down about 30 degrees. Pitch forward 30 degrees.
The body up 10 centimeters and then pitch forward 30 degrees.
Good copy.
And here comes the body up motion.
Be good motion.
Oh yeah, here comes pitch forward.
And stand by.
And what?
Give me another 10 centimeters body up.
Another 10 centimeters body up. Good start motion.
Be good motion. And stop motion.
Stopping motion. And then here comes the pitch forward.
Don't need to pitch forward. This is good. So hold off on the pitch forward and in GCA.
Stay complete. Brakes are on.
All right. I'm going to pull the MLI away from you as you back out. Feel like you're all clear?
Yep.
I can hold the MLI away here if you want to go get the large hook.
Just stand by one, Tom.
Okay.
I think there's still some Velcro attached on my side that I'd like to release.
Copy. And I can rip to it if you want me to hold it out of the way and just move the large hook over.
Yeah, that would work once you get it off.
Okay. I'm ready to the whole thing, and I'm just going to gather it up, put it out of your way once you get that last MLI off.
I understand how it's routed on this side, so I can get it out to you. And I think that was the last little piece there.
Looks like it. I've got a good hand on it. Before we sock in your workspace, if you want to move that over, and I am ready to do it as well.
Give me 1 second to reconfigure things a bit over here.
No worries. Looks like a face full.
I'm grateful we're not trying to put that back on. It's a lot of Velcro. Very specific places.
Barron and Marshburn had worked to temporarily store the failed SASA right at their current work site. They'll come back once they've installed the new unit to do a more permanent stow of the degraded SASA.
Back.
They're working on their first task to retrieve the spare SASA. That will be removed and taken over to the P1 truss. The first step of that is removing some of the thermal protection.
The other looks very nice.
And Tom, I'm just going to take a second to put down my VRT.
Sounds good.
So I have two hands when I'm trying to pack.
Yeah, get yourself all set. Once you're good and I let go of this, I'm going to, let's see, ask for another GCA to get the launch bolts.
I should be ready in just a few moments here.
And Drew, could you confirm once Kayla's stuff in the MLI, I can start setting up to release the launch bolts on my side?
Yeah, Tom, we want you to get in a good arm position for that, and then we'll configure your PGT with the ERAD whenever you're ready.
Copy.
I'm working the large hook now, Tom.
Okay.
Marshburn just communicated with ground IV Drew Morgan that he's ready to configure his ERAD, or enhanced right angle drive. This is a tool that is used because the bolts are not necessarily in an easy position to get to.
Large hook attached to the medium yellow U-ride. You have a go to release your tether.
Stay and work.
He has 2 launch bolts that he'll be working to release.
Okay, it is released. It's all coming over to you.
Roger.
And if I can take the comm for a moment, I'm going to DCA.
Yep, you have a go to take the comm.
Copy.
And this is still locked out.
And on the PS, Roger. Ready for a DCA, body down.
Copy, body down. Do you want to go back to where you were?
That's a good copy, and hey, for I really need body down 20 centimeters.
All right, 20 centimeters body down. Starting motion.
Good copy. Good motion. In stop motion.
Copy motion.
DCA.
DCA complete. Brakes are on.
Copy. Going for my URAD.
Copy, Tom, and understand that you're now in a good position. You can go ahead and configure your PGT. I'll give you settings when you're all set up.
Okay, copy. I'm getting out my URAD right now.
Ground IV Drew Morgan getting ready to give Tom Marshburn some heads up on tool configuration, giving him the settings for his pistol grip tool to get ready to release 2 launch bolts.
I'm grateful we put the adjustable in the bottom of the bag. Definitely helping me out. And I'm just working on trying to get it all in here.
NASA astronaut Kayla Barron worked slightly ahead of time. When she was at the Express Logistics carrier the first time, she did some of the tasks needed to retrieve the spare SASA. This is a task they're both working on right now, but she did some of the tasks ahead of time.
A 6-inch wobble is on my good pin on my right adjustable with a good pull test.
Copy. The S-Band Antenna Subassembly, or SASA, went down last September with a failed return link.
This means that Mission Control was able to send data up to the space station, but the antenna lost its ability to send signals back to Earth through NASA's Tracking and Data Relay satellite system. Because the space station has so many built-in redundancies, we are still able to communicate with the International Space Station from the ground, even without the SASA. The station also has high-rate Ku band uplink and downlink capability that relays video, and the station has other low-rate S-band systems as well. This is the first spacewalk to replace a SASA since Joe Tanner and Heidi Stefanovshin-Piper replaced a SASA on the S-1 Truss during the STS-115 mission on September 16, 2006.
And they rise on the PGT with a good full test.
Copy, Tom. We're going to configure your PGT to Bravo 4 counterclockwise, too.
As Tom Marshburn gets his tools set up, you can see views of the Earth peeking through the right side of your screen. The International Space Station just is crossing over the ocean at the moment, right off the coast of Brazil.
And I've got the shirt and scarf stowed in the medium ORU bag. That adjustable across the bottom was a game changer, so excellent suggestion, Tom.
Awesome.
Very nice work, Kayla. I know how tough this can be sometimes. And at the end of the day, we are going to be able to bundle crew lock bag and the medium ORU bag if you prefer. So just keep that in mind in the event that when you go back to restow, the muttball stack is there. But it looks like you're going to have plenty of room.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good. I would say it's taken up about the bottom half of the bag.
Andrew, say again, settings, I'm in Bravo.
Bravo 4, counterclockwise 2.
Bravo 4, counterclockwise 2, verified.
Okay, those are good settings. You're going to work the forward and the aft bolts. If you're counting at the PGT, we're expecting 11 to 19 turns.
11 to 19 turns at the PGT.
Good readback. And just let us know what bolt you're working first.
I'm working the nadir bolt on my side, on the native side.
Copy that.
Starting. All right.
NASA astronaut Tom Marshburn now working to release 2 launch bolts. This is an activity he was originally going to do with Kayla Barron. However, she was able to get the launch bolts off earlier in the spacewalk. She's getting ready to work on some mast bolts. Removing these mast bolts will release the spare SASA.
19 turns. And this is until it pops out, correct? I don't expect torque.
Yep, but we're going to pop out. We expect it to spring out. Kayla's all took a little more than 20 turns.
Okay. It's not springy, but it did come up. So I'm going to put in some more turns.
And I've been working on getting in a good position for the fast bolt. I've got Bravo 2, counterclockwise 2 sets. I'll stand by for go to drive those.
Those are good settings, Kayla.
It's advantageous that Kayla Barron got to work on releasing her launch bolts ahead of time. As it turns out, it took one more turn than expected on the pistol grip tool. The ground IV Drew Morgan was able to communicate that with Tom Marshburn, who's working on his now.
That's cool. And copy 5.5 to 9 turns.
And Drew, the mater bolt on the zenith side is out in springing. It was 24 turns. Torque was 8, maximum torque.
Marshburn is now halfway done releasing the launch bolts of the spare SASA.
On that first one.
Happy working the second one. Would be the zenith one on the zenith side.
Copy that.
Drew, the forward zenith mast bolt is released, and that was 9 turns.
Copy, 9 turns on the zenith.
Barron confirming that she is halfway done undoing the 2 mast bolts that she has, while Tom Marshburn has released one of the 2 launch bolts that he's working on.
Kayla, can I just go ahead and get a glove and hap and a safer check from you?
I can tell you now my hap is dry. I'm going to wait on gloves and safer until after the bolt because I'm already in a good position with my hands full.
That works.
And, all right. And Drew, that was 24 turns. Popped out. And 10 was the highest torque there.
Okay, copy that, Tom. And so now you can stow the ERAD, reconfigure your PGT. Just give us those pull tests.
Copy.
And then ultimately you'll put that PGT away, and then we'll go through your checklist before we have you get in position to grasp the spare SASA.
Copy.
Tom Marshburn confirming that he has finished releasing the 2 launch bolts that he was working on the spare SASA. He got direction from his ground IV, Drew Morgan, who gave him the direction to configure his tools and ultimately stow them away. With these steps complete, we're almost ready to remove the spare SASA and move it over to the P1 truss.
Question for you.
Go ahead.
Looks like on the plate that the RFG is mounted to, on the opposite side of the RFG, there's an MLI, a piece of MLI. Is that supposed to be there, or was that supposed to be removed?
Kayla, that's expected to be there. Doesn't need to be removed.
Okay. Confirming. One area of the Velcro got removed. I pulled it off inadvertently, thinking it was part of the other MLI, but it's reinstalled.
Nope, but good check.
Drew, I can report a good glove check, no delta, and good safer handle check, both sides.
All right, perfect. Thanks for checking.
Your ad is back on the socket caddy with a good full test.
Copy that, Tom.
And the 6 inches back on the PGT with a good full test.
Okay, copy, Tom. We'll get that socket caddy stowed and the PGT stowed, and then we'll go through your pre-SASA grasp checklist.
Okay. Do need to clean up my crew lock bag just a second for the trip home. Back. All right.
All right, looks like you got everything put away there, Tom.
Back is in a good position. I say firm.
Okay, well, first thing we're going to...
We'll need another GCA to get firmly onto the RFG.
Yeah, Tom, I think we'll have you go ahead with that little GCA, and then we'll go through your checklist.
Okay, copy that. I want to be able to help lift up. So, Matthias, Roger, I'll take body up in centimeters, 20 centimeters.
20 centimeters body up.
Good copy.
Pressure off. Starting motion, body up.
Motion. You need stop motion.
Motion stops. You ready for brakes?
And body left 20 centimeters.
Left 20 centimeters.
Copy.
Next motion.
Good motion.
Traffic out.
All right, stop motion.
Okay, motion stops.
And GCA.
Okay, complete. Brakes are on.
I just want to get maximum leverage.
For those of you just tuning in, we're just about 2.5 hours into the spacewalk with NASA astronauts Tom Marshburn and Caleb Barron.
Pulled in close to you. adjust your visor as you need to. Sunset will be coming here.
It's Kayla Barron's first spacewalk of her career, and the duo is working to replace a faulty S-band antenna subassembly, or SASA, with a spare already aboard the station.
Copy that.
Clear. Others are clear.
And then if you just, if your heaters are set and your cooling is good, then you can go ahead and ret to the handrail there.
Complete.
5:15 a.m. Central Time, 6:15 a.m. Eastern is the official start time of this spacewalk, marking the beginning of the 245th spacewalk in support of space station assembly and maintenance.
I'm still in Bravo 2, counterclockwise 2.
Good settings. 5.5 to 9 turns to release.
I'm up here a little bit further.
The SASA went down last September with a failed return link, meaning that Mission Control can send data up, but the antenna lost its ability to send signals back to Earth through NASA's Tracking and Data Relay Satellite System, or TDRS. Fortunately, due to some redundancies on the station, we're still able to communicate with the International Space Station on the ground, even without the SASA.
You're torquing out at this setting.
Copy, checking.
We found out about this faulty system back in mid-September, and it was actually really advantageous for us because it meant Kayla Barron and Tom Marshburn hadn't launched to the space station yet. They had time to train in NASA's Neutral Buoyancy Laboratory here and NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston. It's a large pool that astronauts use to train for their spacewalks on the ground.
Current setting is Bravo 7.
Negative, Bravo 2.
Bravo 2, okay.
All right, Kayla, we're going to reset your PGT to Bravo 7 counterclockwise 2.
Roger. Change my body position a little bit to support the higher torque.
Kayla, our apologies. We are going to attempt one more time at Bravo 2. I apologize for that. And we want to make sure that your hand location there, that you're hanging onto a FRAM handrail and clear the NZGLs.
I was not hanging on to any handrail. I got my BRT down and I had my left hand on my BRT while driving.
Okay, copy. That sounds like a good configuration. And we'll do Bravo 2, counterclockwise 2, and we have a handover in about a minute.
Green turn. And it torqued out, but also slid off the bolt head, so I'll try again. I come down and just make an adjustment here, Tom.
Okay.
Okay, Kayla.
Hand in there to help hold that on. Go ahead, Drew.
Hey, Kayla, now we are going to reset to Bravo 7, counterclockwise 2, and we're going to try one turn only, and we have a handover in less than a minute.
Roger. I'm in Bravo 7, counterclockwise 2, and understand one turn only at the settings.
Good read back. We'll catch you on the other side.
Need to move my BRT.
Okay. I can hold your PGT if you want.
That's all right. Just want to make sure I'm in a good position for the higher torque.
Okay.
The spacewalkers here so far are about an hour ahead of schedule. So far, they've completed tasks like getting the degraded SASA, removing it from the P1 truss, and moving it over to the Express Logistics Carrier number 3. They've temporarily stowed it using a rigid tether that Kayla Barron had installed earlier during the spacewalk. They're both now back at the Express Logistics Carrier 3 to remove the spare SASA.
And also not touch the FG at all.
Okay, guys, we're back with you after the handover. How'd we do?
It looks like about one turn to me. What do you think, Tom?
I saw some movement there. Yeah.
Yeah,
there we go.
torque is broken.
Definitely broken, yep. Still had to reposition, but looks like we got a good turn on it.
Okay, Kayla, we're back with you, and we're going to reset now to Bravo 2 counterclockwise 2.
Bravo 2 counterclockwise 2 is set.
Fortunately, when the SASA went down back in September, a spare was already aboard the International Space Station on the Express Logistics Carrier. A new part did not have to be launched to them.
10 turns. And it popped out around 12.
It's out of a softback as well.
There's no softback.
We see it. That looks good.
It's out. Nice job.
Thank you.
And if you want, I can check your safer handles. I can just take a look.
I did feel them a couple minutes ago, but
I'll just check out.
take a look if you can see them.
If you grab something and pull your head down a little bit, I'll probably be able to see them. But if you're confident you got them, then... Or maybe just roll one way. Okay, your left is down. If you roll to your left...
I'll pick up my BRT here, Tom, and then I'll have more freedom of movement.
Just get a good look over. And then I'll be ready for the maneuver. I'm going to press your PGT a little closer to you so it doesn't hang on anything. And both safer handles are down. That's good.
And Tom and Kayla, we have one check for you on the RFG box.
Departing, then copy.
If you would, Kayla, if you're able to see the RFG box and just check the NZGLs on what was on Kayla's left side of the NZGL, the RFG box, the NZGL is located there. If they look like they're mated or still.
They are mated full forward over center.
And on my side, I see the same.
All right, those are good checks.
And Drew, if that's next on the checklist, I'm ready for the maneuver.
Your go for the maneuver. You on the comm, and for Kayla, we're going to meet you back at the install location.
Roger, heading that way now.
Hey, Matthias, Roger, ready for the maneuver.
Sounds good, Tom. We're going to undo what we did here with some of the GCA first. So we're going to take you right, down, and then aft, and then we'll set up the manual back-off maneuver. So taking you 20 centimeters body right first.
Okay, copy.
Sorry, we're going to take your body out first, aft.
Body out.
Spacewalking astronauts Kayla Barron and Tom Marshburn have just finished retrieving the spare SASA from the Express Logistics Carrier.
Wrap it out.
Barron will now make her way back to the P1 SASA worksite.
Motion.
Okay, and then 20 centimeters body down.
That says clear of all structure.
Okay, all right, we're going to set up, we're going to change it back to the ISAX frame, and then we'll get the next maneuver going.
Copy. Ready for the maneuver.
NASA astronaut Tom Marshburn will be the one that will take the spare SASA over to the P1 Truss. Fortunately, he's got a ride with him. He's going to be taking the robotic arm under the direction of NASA astronaut Matthias Maurer and his backup Raj Attari. Over the next few steps, they're going to install the spare SASA onto the P1. This is the same location where they took away the degraded SASA, and now they're putting a spare in its place. Everything from here on out will pretty much be the steps of removing the degraded SASA in reverse. This involves NASA astronaut Caleb Barron mating some cables.
About 3 meters zenith motion.
Copy. Motion.
She'll have 3 cables to attach to the spare, one that does data, one connecting heater power, and the other connecting operational power.
And up to the zenith edge of the truss right now.
Copy.
1 meter to go.
On your screen now are live views of Tom Marshburn moving on the robotic arm of the International Space Station carrying the spare SASA.
Traffic out.
As Caleb Barron moves to the P1 work site and Tom Marshburn hitches a ride over there on the robotic arm, the International Space Station is flying over Kazakhstan.
See Caleb back to almost at the FPMU.
Hey Tom, here comes the JoeCast, about 7 minutes long. It's going to take you back mostly starboard, back to a place you've been before.
Ready.
As the astronauts make their way over to the work site, we can take some questions. We solicited some questions on our Instagram at NASA Johnson, and we can go through a couple of those. The first one comes from Adam, who asked, what truss is the antenna on? Well, the truss is going to be installed on the P1 truss. This is where the degraded unit is and where the spare is going to be installed shortly. The spare was kept on the Express Logistics Carrier 3, which is located on the P3 truss of the International Space Station. Another Instagram user asks, does one feel the cold from the outside and the heat from the sun? This is referring to when we're in an orbital nighttime and daytime. There's fluctuations in temperature. It's true that they can feel the difference, and they take precautions like lowering and rising their visor, as you may have heard Ground IV Drew Morgan talking about or advising them to do. They also have mechanisms built into their spacesuits. They wear garments underneath to help with temperature regulation, and the suits themselves are designed to keep the astronauts at a stable temperature.
How you doing, Tom?
Doing good. Where's NASA?
Another Instagram user asks, what is on your pre-spacewalk playlist? And while unfortunately our spacewalkers Tom Marshburn and Kayla Barron haven't clued us into what they were listening to beforehand, we do know that on their launch day, they listened to bands such as Guns N' Roses, Eminem, Nicki Minaj, Imagine Dragons, and so forth. We've got another question from Instagram user Fiona Daly, who wants to know, how long is the spacewalk? Well, the spacewalk is planned for 6.5 hours. However, the astronauts are speeding through their tasks. They're accomplishing everything in great time. Another user asked, how much time does it take to prepare for a spacewalk? We talked about the advantage that Tom Marshburn and Kayla Barron had to find out that the degraded unit had happened before they left the ground so they could train into the neutral buoyancy laboratory.
For the stanchion, and I got myself a pretty good mounting.
However, the crew did get to prep while in orbit. All 5 astronauts of the USOS side, Marshburn, Barron, Vandehei, Chari, and Maurer, have been studying the steps of the spacewalk, along with the tool configurations and any precautions they should be aware of for the past week. Barron and Marshburn specifically, our spacewalkers today, prepared the equipment lock in the days leading up to today's spacewalk, doing tasks like getting their checklists and drinking water ready and inspecting each of their tools. This is all part of some preparations they did before the spacewalk. It also included some onboard verification fit checks where they tried on their spacesuits and made sure that they're comfortable and easy to move around.
Hey guys, just wanted to check back in with you. We're less than a minute away from a handover.
Copy, Drew. Thanks.
Roger.
One Instagram user wants to know how the spacewalk was practiced on Earth. We briefly mentioned the neutral buoyancy laboratory. Inside this giant pool is a giant mock-up of the International Space Station. To scale, the astronauts have a chance to go fully suited underwater in an environment that simulates the environment of space.
Sir, see you coming in my peripheral vision?
I am.
During this handover period, we've got another question from Astro Yesha, who wants to know what the rest of the crew is doing during the EVA. That's a great question. We've got Matthias Maurer from the European Space Agency. He's inside the International Space Station controlling the robotic arm that Tom Marshburn has been taking to and from his work sites. Roger Chari is alongside him, kind of serving as his backup.
Reconfigure. Copy.
And we're back with you after the handover.
Hey, Drew. Yeah, I'm just off of Kayla's left shoulder and waiting for the next GCU to publish.
right, Tom, we're ready for maneuver to GCA to publish P1 NASA install position.
And I'm ready. Are you good?
I'm also ready.
All right. Start GCA.
Copy. We'll load the values and let you know before we start motion. You're basically going to go about 2 meters nadir, just a little starboard, and then about 2 meters forward in that order.
Okay, copy. We still got the comm. Sorry, early call.
All right, and here comes 2 meters nadir motion.
All right, starting GCA. The published.
And with the night and the camera views, we can't really clear your head very well, so just kind of keep an eye on that, please.
I have a good view of the head.
And I do as well. In good motion.
Barron and Marshburn now confirming that they've reunited at the P1 truss, where they will install the spare SASA.
Meter to go. Centimeters. All right, there will be a little bit of starboard motion here. Centimeters to go. Okay, and then about 2 meters ISS forward starting motion.
Good motion forward.
See good motion.
Centimeters to go. Kayla, just let us know if the ORU gets too close.
You're good. You're clear.
In order to install the spare SASA at the P1 truss, there's a number of tasks that they'll have to do. Kayla Barron will work to mate the cables for data, heater power, and operational power. Tom Marshburn will work to loosen the gimbals. If you recall earlier in an EVA, he had installed these to keep the SASA in the locked position.
Continue to publish. It seems like we're close. Are we there to publish?
By loosening the gimbals, the SASA unit will have the ability to track satellites again.
Ramping out. All right, there's the published position. How's that look?
Good for me.
Yeah, me too. It's GCA.
GCA complete. Brakes are on, and you're go for P1 SASA install.
Roger.
All right.
We need to go a little bit away from the bracket. A little bit aft.
A little bit aft. Okay. I've got light touch if you want to just move it.
Now push straight down.
Barron and Marshburn now working together to get into the right position to install the spare SASA. This activity total is supposed to take about 45 minutes.
Ready to get in position to drive the bolt.
All right, I felt it pop in there.
Yep, it looks great. It's flush with the plate.
Great. I'm getting a little slight tug and it's not moving, so it's all good.
That looks fantastic, guys, and we'll be ready to help you configure your PGT when you're ready, Caleb.
Roger. Ready for settings?
Bravo 7, clockwise 2.
Earlier during the spacewalk,
Clockwise 2.
Kayla Barron removed the stanchion bolt. That was the last stop to removing the degraded SASA unit. Now, one of her first tasks in installing the new one is driving the stanchion bolt again. She's getting her tool configured to do so now with ground IV Drew Morgan.
Little better side load, but you're good now.
Okay.
They popped right back in again, looks like.
Okay, good now.
Kayla, we're expecting 17 to 18 and a half turns, and we'll take your torque turn and light.
Roger. Starting turn.
Your PGT moving. There's a side load there a little bit.
You're getting a live view now of NASA astronaut Kayla Barron driving the stanchion mount bolts. Meanwhile, off-screen, Tom Marshburn is holding the SASA in place attached to the robotic arm.
Work my way back down a little bit more.
Looks like PGT's going in. And 20 turns on your 22 turns now. How's it working?
Yeah, it's still driving. I think,
If there's as you torque, there seems to be an increased side load.
the body of the PGT interferes a bit, or the mast itself interferes with the body of the PGT.
Yeah.
So it's kind of difficult to maintain a perfect position.
Maybe I'll go light touch and maybe me on it. So there I'm feeling some side load there. GT still turning though. I'll push against, see if I can relieve that counteractive side load.
As NASA astronaut Kayla Barron works to drive those bolts, the International Space Station is flying over the South China Sea, headed towards the Philippines, and we're about 3 hours into our spacewalk.
So I think I'm sensing there's a little bit of play in the aft position. And what I'm wondering is, I think, it came off, actually, the soft dock. What I'm thinking is maybe the bolt wasn't actually engaged in the threads, obviously, or else it wouldn't have done that. Can you push straight nadir? And push a little bit port.
A little bit port.
Yep. And back a little bit starboard, please. I'll push straight nadir into the plate. And if you can try to hold it right there,
all right.
I will try again.
Counteract any side load.
And that was 17 turns.
Yeah, I'm going to keep a light touch and going to pull on a little bit.
Can I finish my call real quick?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
17 turns, green light, 26 foot-pounds, In that time, I was actually able to see the bolts drop in depth, so I believe it's fully engaged, Tom.
Okay, great.
You're welcome to give it a little wiggle to confirm for yourself.
Sorry to on your call.
Okay.
We copy all, Kayla, and that sounds like a good install. Good install.
Yeah.
I concur. She looks good.
Okay, great work.
My ret.
Great work. Yes, Tom, you can remove your ret, and Kayla, we're going to have you start to work the cables.
Roger.
NASA astronaut Drew Morgan, serving as our ground IV today, just gave the go for Kayla Barron to start working on the cables of the spare SASA.
Tethers are clear, and then you can work with Raja and Matthias to move to the spare gimbal lock back off position.
All right. Thanks, Drew.
When she was removing the degraded unit,
Out of the way, I've got good clearance all around. Ready for the maneuver.
Copy, nice job wagging that thing down, and copy your go for maneuver to spare gimbal back off position. Give us a second to set up, and we'll get you moving.
some kind words from Rajachari there.
Got her.
Thanks, Ralph.
When removing the degraded SASA unit, Kayla Barron had disconnected 3 cables to free the degraded SASA in preparation to move it to the express logistics carrier. And now that the spare is in its place, she'll work to reconnect these 3 cables powering data, heater power, and operational power to the spare SASA.
All right, Tom, this next position is going to look very familiar. We'll take your aft, just a little port, and then zenith. And starting with 2 meters aft. Starting motion.
Good motion.
For those just tuning in, we're talking about the SASA, or the S-Band Antenna Sub-Assembly. This is used to transmit low-rate voice and data between the space station and the team here on the ground in mission control using S-Band radio frequencies. It went down mid-September with a failed return link, meaning we can send data up, but the degraded antenna lost its ability to send signals back to us. NASA astronauts Kayla Barron and Tom Marshburn are on a spacewalk outside of the International Space Station now and are working to install the spare unit.
About 2 meters zenith, starting motion.
Good motion.
Centimeters. I'm out. He's setting up for another JOCAS. That's be about 4.5 minutes long.
Is GCA complete?
Hey, GCA is complete.
GCA is complete, and we'll let you know before we hit start on the JOCAS.
Copy.
Drew.
We're with you.
I have 4 in my hand, and I'm ready to mate to J4. The lever is full aft over center with this in, no FOD, good EMI band.
Go to mate.
Roger, go to mate.
And Kayla, you can continue with P3 and P2 after that, and we'll catch your checks after the GCAs.
What you see now on your screen are the connectors that Kayla Barron is working to get connected to the spare SASA.
Copy. I'm seeing good motion.
While Kayla Barron is working on those 3 cables, off screen we have Tom Marshburn in the robotic arm. His tasks are to loosen the gimbal locks so that later on in the procedures, when the spare SASA is powered up, it will be able to move and track satellites. Right now, the current gimbal locks are keeping it rigid and in place so that no unexpected movements happen and we keep our spacewalkers safe.
About 2/3 of the way through.
Okay.
And Drew, all 3 NCGLs are mated, full forward over center. All had good pins, no FOD, good EMI bands prior to mate.
Copy, Kayla. Great work. We are done with those 3 connectors. Those are good checks. The next thing we're going to have you do is we want you to move your green hook outboard 2 handrails to 3624, 3624 in preparation for get-ahead.
Roger, move green hook to 3624.
Kayla Barron communicating with the ground that she has finished mating the cables to the spare SASA, meaning that the unit now is receiving power and data. Ground IV Drew Morgan already has his sights on some get-ahead tasks as he's getting Kayla Barron in position for. We're 3 hours into the spacewalk, scheduled to take about 6.5 hours, but we're already moving well ahead of schedule.
Wrapping out. And there's position hold. We'll be setting up for a manual move next.
Copy. And we're looking at starboard meter. I'm ready for the GCA to publish whenever you are.
Just load the values.
Copy.
We're ready for maneuver to GCA to publish spare gimbal lock position.
Okay, ready for the GCA to publish. Start GCA, station starboard 1 meter.
Copy, and do you want to take it to the published, or just?
Hey, firm.
So it's going to be about 1 meter starboard and then 1.5 meters aft, starting the starboard motion first.
Oh, sounds good.
Got my green hook up. I'm moving over to 3624, and I'll head out to meet you, Tom.
Copy. All good motion, Roger.
1 meter to go.
All motion.
Okay, stop in motion. That's about 40 centimeters, about 0.5 meter short of the published for starboard.
Hey, looks good for right now.
All right, we'll give you about 1.5 meters aft then.
Sounds good. Continue. Good clearance.
See 1 meter to go.
Continue. Continue.
Yes.
Continue.
20 centimeters.
And stop motion.
The International Space Station is flying through an orbital nighttime, so the views are a little dark, but you can see the Canadarm2 with NASA astronaut Tom Marshburn attached.
And, you're a little closer than we're supposed to. Just make sure you've watched clearance as we slide to starboard.
Okay, good clearance.
He's in communication with NASA astronaut Raj Achari. Right now, he's working to loosen the gimbals to allow the SAS antenna to track satellites and allow for communication between the ground and the space station.
Say 20 centimeters.
And sorry, 20 centimeters zenith coming.
Copy, you see good motion and stop motion. All right, then GCA.
GCA complete. Put on and brakes around.
Okay, you're ready for PGT settings. Gimbal bolt. Move.
Okay, we were with you, Tom. So one caution to read you, as you recall, that we don't want to exceed turn counts on these bolts because that can cause damage to the bolt. And we're going to have 2 sets of PGT settings on this. The first round will be Bravo 4 counterclockwise 2.
Bravo 4 counterclockwise 2 confirmed. Verified.
Okay, this is going to be a single turn, and we're going to do this in order, 4, 3, 2, then 1. So we're starting with 4 towards your boots on the right side.
Boots right side, number 4, in work. 1 turn only.
You just heard Ground IV configure the tools for NASA astronaut Tom Marshburn, give him the correct settings to loosen the bolts on the gimbal locks. There's 4 of these. Marshburn will be starting on the right side with number 4 and work his way down. Once the spare SASA is installed and configured, as Tom Marshburn and Kayla Barron are working to do now, the EVA does not stop there.
Counterclockwise 2.
That's a good readback.
After the install, they will head back to the Express Logistics Carrier 3 and permanently install the degraded SASA. If you recall earlier in the EVA, they brought it over there and temporarily stowed it. That after they've installed the spare, they're going to work their way back there and get a more permanent configuration.
Working out at 4. The torque I'm reading. Checking my settings. Not getting any turns on the bolt. That's Bravo 4. Counter 2, and it's torquing out.
I'd copy, Tom, and we just wanted to confirm what bolt you were on. If you could use the head, foot, right, left coordinate to tell us which bolt you just worked there.
The right foot bolt. Bolt for the right foot, number 4 in my memory.
That's the correct bolt. We're just checking on the settings here. And guys, the sun will be coming up here in just a couple minutes.
Copy.
Copy.
And Tom, we're still checking for you.
Copy.
Okay, Tom, we're going to move now to bolt number 3. That's boot side to your left.
Boot left, copy. Repressurization.
And this will be the same thing, one turn only.
One turn only. Verified, Bravo, 4, counterclockwise 2.
Good setting.
Bolt 3.
NASA astronaut Tom Marshburn confirming that he's completed work on the first bolt and is moving on to the second one. Meanwhile, the crew got a heads up that the International Space Station will be moving to an orbital daytime. It's currently in the South Pacific Ocean, getting ready to fly over New Zealand.
All right, Tom, that's good news. We're going to move on to bolt number 2, and that is on
bolt number 2.
Left side toward your helmet.
Marshburn now is on bolt number 2. Remember, Marshburn started with 4 and is working his way down to 1.
Good reading.
One turn on bolt 2.
Copy. And we're going to go on to bolt 1, helmet right side.
1, helmet right side.
Because our spacewalkers today are making such good time accomplishing their tasks well ahead of schedule, the crew here is thinking about getting started on some get-ahead tasks.
Turns on 1 or 4.
One of the get-ahead tasks is looking at a bolt. I was on the airlock, it was showing some minor wear and tear, and installing a new one was actually one of the get-ahead tasks from Toma Piske and Aki Hoshide back in September during their spacewalk.
Copy. Watching out for that.
This is unrelated to the SASA, but since the crew will be working around the airlock as they ingress and egress, one of the get-ahead tasks are to go ahead and take photos of the pit pin that Toma Piske and Aki Hoshide had installed.
Yeah, it's not rolling either.
Okay, Tom, what we're going to do is stay with the original settings at Bravo 4, and then go back to bolt number 4, right side toward your boots, and we're going to try to do that single turn again.
Okay. Verifying Bravo 4, and going back to bolt 4, on the right boot.
That's good readback.
I turn, 1 turn on 4.
All right, that's great, Tom. Let's go to bolt 1, do the same thing. That's right side toward your helmet.
Right side towards the helmet, same thing. It worked. And brake torque on that. We tried again, I'm not like it did, but actually it's didn't see any socket, and we're going to turn it again. Yeah, the socket's not turning on it. On the septum a little bit, see if I can get any motion again. One more time.
We're following along, Tom. Let us know what you get there. We are going into a period here where we may have a little bit of radicom. Just wanted to give you a heads up.
Copy. So, just breaking this. Just breaking the torque. One is not moving yet.
All right, Tom, we copy. We're checking. We may go to a different PGT setting. Stand by.
Copy.
So, Tom, an additional suggestion at the original setting, Bravo 4 still, we're going to ask you to put a little bit of movement into the high gain antenna, see if you can jiggle while attempting that one turn, if you're able.
Okay. Can work. Avoiding that cable. I'm not getting motion over the septum and still torquing out. Try it one more time.
While Marshburn works on loosening those bolts, communicating with the ground.
Okay, Tom, we are at this point going to go to PGT setting of Bravo 7, still counterclockwise 2. So this is a high torque. We think that this might break off the bolt, so just be ready to catch that if you're able.
Copy. Bravo 7.
One turn only.
Counterclockwise 2. Turn
And
only on bolt 1.
Single turn, bolt 1.
Single turn, bolt 1. Copy.
He's working with the ground to configure his pistol grip tool to different settings, another way of loosening the gimbal bolt locks.
Okay, 3/4 turn there. A little bit more. And we got a 1 turn on 1.
Great news. All right, we're going to go to our next set of PGT settings when you're ready.
Ready?
Alpha 2, counterclockwise 2. Alpha 2, counter 2.
Other end of the spectrum. Alpha 2, counterclockwise 2, starting with bolt 4.
Once again, loosening these gimbals allows the SAS antenna to track satellites and allow for communication between the ground and the space station. This is complementary to the work that Kayla Barron did, attaching the ISS cables for operational power and data.
Torque your boots on the right side.
That's complete. It was easy for bolt 4. 2 turns added.
Copy. Bolt 3, boot side, left.
Boot left. Good work. Turning easily. 2 more turns for bolt 3. Going to bolt 2.
Good news. Left side towards your helmet.
Left helmet. Turning. Easy turn. Turns. Now over to bolt 1.
We're ready for bolt 1.
Right side helmet. Getting good motion, easy motion. Turns. The bolts are obviously free. They're just not easily coming away from their position. I'm going to stow the PGT. If that's the right next move.
Yeah, Tom, you can go ahead and stow your PGT and rotate those bolts back away from the septum to the unlocked position, and then just verify that the gimbal lock bolts are secure in that unlocked position.
Good work.
Now that the gimbal lock bolts, all 4 of them, have been loosened, it's now Tom Marshburn's task to rotate the gimbal lock bolts away and into the unlocked position. Once complete, Marshburn will verify with the ground to communicate that they are secure in the unlocked position.
Four is not budging. It's loose in the slot, but not coming around the bend there. Even after jiggling the antenna. I'm working on 3 now.
This task that Marshburn is working on is the last step before he gets the go to power up the SASA.
And Tom, I just wanted to check back with you. Are they all rotating back okay?
1 and 4 again are not. 2 and 3, after some jiggling, rotation of the septum did go back. I'll make sure they're fully they're fully back in the node position. So 1 and 4, they'll move in the slot but are not coming out. So I think I need to jiggle the avoiding the cable, jiggling that septum.
Marshburn confirming now that while some of the bolts have been unlocked with ease, others need a little bit more coaxing.
We're following Tom, and we're still talking.
We just wanted to offer up, if we think Tom's going to be troubleshooting for a while, I could go work a few get-ahead tasks. And it's not far from here, so I should be able to move back up while he's go passing over here.
Kayla, for you, we appreciate the offer. I don't think we're going to go to get-aheads just yet. We do want to have you inspect the RFG box of the degraded unit. We'll just give it a look over. If you have the spare capacity to take a look and take some photos of it, that'll appreciate. We're about 2 minutes from a handover.
Yeah, Drew, I'm not getting a lot of motion from the septum like we did on the ground unit. The 1 and 4 seem to be, well, they're pretty loose when they're in the slot. They're just not riding over out of the slot, despite some rolling and jiggling. I'm not actually seeing a lot of motion in the septum, so this new SASA.
Okay, Tom.
Too much.
We appreciate the words. Right now, we understand that 1 and 4 are the problem bolts, and so what we thought we'd have you do is set your PGT to alpha 2 and put 1 additional turn on bolts 1 and 4.
Alpha 2, 1 additional turn. It seems like that's the best next step from my perspective. So alpha 2, counter 2 verified, going for 4. 1 turn only.
1 turn only.
1 more turn. Still wet in there. Try number 1. One turn complete. Okay, number 1 came out. All 4 bolts through contact?
Yep, Tom, we're back with you after the handover, so we were standing by for how that went with those additional turns on 1 and 4.
Yeah, that was the trick. A little stuck, but 1 and 4 finally, actually 1 would not move, 4 would not move, even after the extra turn. But then after the extra turn, number 1 did move, went back to 4, and then it popped out as well. So all 4 bolts are in the stow position.
All right, that's exactly what we wanted to hear.
We're in a brief but expected handover between satellites, getting a live view now of Mission Control Houston, where Flight Director and Ground IV are communicating with Tom Marshburn, who is troubleshooting getting some gimbal locks loosened. Again, this allows free movement once the SASA is powered on, so that way it can communicate with satellites.
Okay, Tom, and
just double checking on. Yep, they're all in stow position.
Copy.
Go ahead.
So we wanted to also just give you a quick update that you guys are about an hour and 40 minutes ahead of the timeline. Our limited consumable is still MEDOX. It's 7.5 hours, so plenty of time. And you guys are doing great. This is everything that we had hoped. This is perfect. Tom, you're going to be doing empty-handed flyback. Take us some pictures and video. And then Kayla will take any words that you have on your inspection so far.
Roger, once I get into the JOCAS, I'll give you those words.
We'll get started.
And, thanks to Roger and Matthias. Ready for the maneuver.
Sounds good, Tom. We're going to first have to take you 20 centimeters nadir, and then to undo what we did before, and then we'll take you to temp stow back off position. And so copy your go for maneuver to the ELC-3 temp stow back off position. I'll let you know before motion starts.
Copy. Yes, I'd go for the maneuver.
Here comes 20 centimeters nadir.
Begin motion.
We just got confirmation that well ahead of schedule, our spacewalkers, NASA astronauts Kayla Barron and Tom Marshburn, have installed the spare SASA to the International Space Station's P1 truss. This involved installing a stanchion bolt and connecting some wires that Barron had previously disconnected. This allowed power to the unit. And Tom Marshburn worked diligently to get the gimbal locks released. The fourth one gave him a little bit of trouble and required a little bit more coaxing, but at the end of the day, Tom Marshburn was able to get the job done.
Starting motion.
Begin motion.
Here to go.
Good motion.
10 centimeters ramping out. Okay, next will take me about a meter port.
Copy, meter port. Begin motion.
Centimeters. Okay, ramping out. Motion's complete, so we're going to set up for a JOCAS now.
All right, NGTA.
And Tom, we copied your go for SASA power up, so we're working that now.
Starting the motion, it's about almost 7 minutes long.
Copy.
And it's going to be mostly toward motion back to where you were before on the ELC-3.
Copy.
need a copy. I've got words on the condition of the degraded SASA RFG.
We're all listening.
So I have a good view of the, what would be the sort of nadir face and then the larger surface area face that faced outboard when it was installed. Right now I don't have a great view of the most zenith face, but on the main area of the RFG that would face outboard when installed, there's discoloration on the 93 along the crowd area. There is what appears to be a small pit at the center. MMOD strike. And then on the more nadir face, and the grid on the nadir part of the main plane, there are also evidence of MMOD strikes. And in some areas, it looks
Kayla, stand by real quick.
Z93. Okay.
Kayla, we were going through a period of pretty ratty calm there, so we lost some of that. I'll stand by for one moment.
Bravo. How you doing, Tom?
Doing good. The first pass in the daytime. It's something else.
Barron and Marshburn now preparing to power up the SASA. This is the spare that they took from the express logistics carrier over to the P1 truss to replace the degraded unit.
We're describing the area that...
Following its successful power-up, they will head back to the ELC and stow the degraded unit.
That you have, I'm sorry about cutting you off there.
Oh, no problem at all. I was just also mentioning that some of the spots that look like MMOD strikes, it looks just like, sort of matte silver metal underneath. And then other areas are more like a brownish orange color around the area of the hit. I don't know if that is just some sort of oxidation or something, or like the age of the hit. But from my vantage point, I can probably see at least 10 small MOD strikes. I was able to get some, what I think will be decent pictures of the faces I've described, and I might be able to get eyes on the other face once we have it installed on the frame.
Copy all. Kayla, that was a great description. We may take you up on that offer to do further inspection once we get it installed. And we wanted to confirm with you the number. You were describing a number of MMOD strikes, and we just wanted to confirm that number again.
Let me see. I would say I can see 11 from my perspective. But because of the raised grid area, there might be some that I can't see on these spaces. And I'm only really counting what I can see on 2 of the spaces, and not really the size or the most.
All right, copy that, Kayla. Good words, and we will come up with a plan if there's an additional inspection that we'll take once we move it over there to the frame.
Okay.
Kayla.
Yes, sir.
You could take your right hand and stick it out to the right. Off to your right a little bit. Ears out. Thank you.
Got some good shots of you over at the one site, Tom.
Great.
I think they're good. We'll find out later.
90% done with the move.
Copy.
Roger.
You might have seen a camera peeking out from the bottom of the screen with direction from Tom Marshburn asking Kayla to take a peek. It looks like we just had a selfie in space.
Wrapping out.
Before the quick photo, Kayla Barron was communicating with the ground, giving a visual inspection of the outside of the International Space Station.
And we are ready for maneuver to GCA to publish to NASA transfer position.
And I'm ready for GCA to publish. Are you good with comms?
Yep.
Right, start GCA. Publish.
GCA, it's to be about 2.5 meters nadir. I'll let you know before the motion starts.
Copy.
All right, starting motion nadir.
Copy. I see good motion.
Meters.
It's tough to tell on your screen, but on the right side, the robotic arm of the station is gently moving astronaut Tom Marshburn.
1 meter.
Copy. You.
centimeters.
And stop motion.
Out. 30 centimeters short.
And stand by 1. Kayla, I think we're in the, let's see, pretty good position here, Roger, I believe. Do you agree, Kayla?
Yeah, as long as you feel comfortable, you can control the SAS as I release it. I can.
All right. And GCA.
GCA complete.
All right, let me get a red on it here.
Standing by.
Marshburn communicating with the robotic arm operators Matthias Maurer and Rajachari.
Release my ret now while the handrail is still near me.
And I have control.
All right. My ret is removed. And Tom, I'm going to unlock the jaws and then I'll release them.
Copy. Yeah, I have control.
Roger, you have control. Jaws are unlocked. Okay. This is released.
Got it. Got 2 hands on it now.
Roger.
And Matthias and Roger, I believe we have a GCA to publish coming up next.
Yep, we're just switching the frames.
So the ingress 8 is clear, tethers are clear.
While that's in work, Tom, I'm going to work on getting into a better position to monitor the alignment pins.
Copy.
All right, Tom, the command frame is switched to body frame, and we are ready for maneuver to GCA to publish NASA FRAM stow position.
Copy, ready for the let's start GCA. And body left, 1 meter.
Copy, yep, that's what we've got for you.
Marshburn and Barron now moving to the Express Logistics carrier where they're working to soft dock the degraded SASA into the FRAM.
Good motion. Let him watch your left arm a little bit there.
Roger, give me 1 second. I'll move away a little bit.
10 centimeters ramping out. Hey, that's the published position. How's that look?
I'm going to need Nader, but let Kayla move down, and the crew lock bag will need to be moved as well.
We're in body frame if you want to give us in reference to you, otherwise we can figure it out.
That's right. All right, body forward. Let's go 40 centimeters.
Be 40 centimeters body forward and confirm you're good with Kayla's position.
Copy, and good with Kayla's position, if she's good with it.
Yep.
Okay, and just watch your boot plate.
Copy. Eyes are on it. Thank you. Be good motion.
20 centimeters to go.
Continue. Continue.
There's.
All right. Let's assess this.
Okay, does your 40 centimeters. Position hold.
Tom, you will need to go to your left.
Yeah, well.
Now go towards the plate. The alignment pin is in.
All right.
It's kind of hovering over the alignment.
I think I'm in a good position with your direction, so in GCA.
Copy, GCA is complete, and brakes are on.
Copy, brakes on. All right, Kayla. Thanks for your direction.
Pull it toward you a little bit. The alignment pin's in now.
Okay.
Now if you can rotate it so my end comes down, there you go. It's nice and flush there.
Didn't feel a good, satisfying up.
There's no softback if I remember correctly here. It's just the alignment pin, Tom.
That's right.
And I'm going to try to see if I can get these bolts hand started. Okay, let me realize I kind of knocked it there. If you could hold it as flush with the frame as possible.
Yeah. I need to get more left to do that.
The astronauts now are talking about the FRAM, or the Flight Reusable Attach Mechanism. It's what these replacement parts are attached to, and it's how they were brought onto the space station in the first place. If you recall earlier in the EVA, when they removed the degraded SASA, they temporarily stowed it back onto the Express Logistics carrier, but now they're doing a more permanent installation of the degraded.
So let's go left 20 centimeters.
20 centimeters left coming in.
I can clear it. Be good motion.
10. There's 20 centimeters.
Okay. Let's see. Testing.
So Tom, the end on your right needs to go down.
Yeah.
There you go.
All right, to see if that works in GCA.
Copy, GCA complete. Brakes are on.
All right, Tom, if you could hold...
Oh, boy.
The challenge here is to get these hand sorted. They're going to have to be pretty well aligned.
Right.
So right here is a really good position, I think. You keep it stable if I remove my hand.
Let me go manual another 20. Roger Matias, another manual to my left 20, or GCA to my left 20 centimeters.
Starting GCA, 20 centimeters body left. The brakes are off and starting motion.
Okay, good clearance. Good motion.
Okay, wrapping out.
Ready to check that out. Assessing. Let's try this in GCA.
Okay, GCA complete, and the brakes are on.
Looks like it was turning.
I'll try the other one first.
Yep.
Maybe I will put down my VRT, Tom, and that would help us.
Okay. The next move would be to move in the arm again, so I'm more in like your position. If you do.
I have my VRT.
All right. Okay. I tell you what, I can get into a much better position here if I get some arm motion.
Give me one chance to
Absolutely.
try it.
All the chances you need or want.
Now the real challenge here, difficult to tell if they're really over the...
You can see the witness from the prior SASA. The line just right for that, below where it's not oxidized.
Yeah, I've noticed that too.
Like a little outline there.
Yeah.
Like you got some engagement there maybe, no? Popping up.
Could try getting out the ratchet wrench. Or
Let's see.
we could ask if you could just try driving it with the PG.
It's got some play in it, but it's not just coming all the way up. I'm going to lift it out, keep my hand on it. If you want to lift it up just a tad, see if it comes out.
Oh, it's
I think it's
retracting back out, so I don't think it's engaged.
this other one, oh I see. Yeah, the other one is, if I was holding it, but it did move a bit. All right, I can help you a lot more if we do a couple more maneuvers.
You lift it up like a tiny bit, and let's see if I can see the holes.
Kayla, we wanted to give you
Go back in.
Kayla, we wanted to give you the additional words that we can use PGT at a low setting, like an alpha 1 setting, or like you suggested, the ratchet wrench. Either two of those you would like to try or go with.
Yeah, let's give that a try. Let's try the PGT first since I have it handy.
Okay.
That works. And then when you have a moment, Kayla, we'd like you to power your HECA off. It's getting a little warm.
Okay. Let's see.
If you're just joining us, NASA astronauts Tom Marshburn and Kayla Barron are on a spacewalk to replace a faulty SASA unit. Right now, they're stowing the degraded one. Earlier in the day, they had worked to remove it from its original position on the P1 truss, grab the spare from the Express Logistics Carrier number 3, and replace it in the degraded SASA's original position. They had temporarily stowed the degraded SASA, but now they're working to permanently fix it onto the spare part section of the International Space Station. Tom Marshburn is actually the oldest human being to conduct an EVA, and he is very proud of that record. This is his 5th spacewalk overall, the first 3 occurring back-to-back on his 15-day STS-127 mission back in 2009. The 4th spacewalk of his career, alongside NASA astronaut Chris Cassidy, happened in 2013.
Oh, I inadvertently turned it off. Sorry. Tom, I'm thinking that it needs to rotate The left side toward you. It looks a little...
my left side towards me?
Correct. Yeah, that's better right there.
All right. And,
seems to be no joy there.
Okay. Why don't I go for a better position for myself? I think I can help you out a lot more.
Okay.
All right. And, T.S. Raza, another, GCA?
We're ready. Brakes are coming off. Where do you want to go?
Okay, 20 centimeters body left.
20 more centimeters body left. Starting motion.
Good motion.
Centimeters. Wrap it out.
Okay, body up. Taylor, if you can check over my head, I just can't see it. I think I'm good.
Stand by.
All right.
How far do you want to go up?
I'm going to go up 30 centimeters.
Okay, copy. 30 centimeters body up, and Kayla's got your head clearance.
Your head's clear.
All right.
Starting motion.
I see good motion. That's great. And then body pitch forward, 20 degrees. Got good clearance.
Okay, body pitch forward, 20 degrees.
Good copy.
Starting motion. Five degrees. Ten degrees. Ready to go. Wrapping up.
Right, then I'll take body up another 20 centimeters.
Copy, body up 20 centimeters.
Copy.
Bring motion. And there's your 20 centimeters.
All right, stop motion, NGCA.
Copy, GCA complete. Brakes are on.
Copy. All right, try not to side load it, but now I can control it a little bit better.
It's not currently flush.
Okay, working on that. Yeah. Need to get my hand on the inside here. Nope.
The astronauts here are attaching the SASA to the FRAM, or the Flight Reusable Attach Mechanism.
Go down.
The astronauts are using mast bolts to keep it secure.
Your left hand needs to go down towards the FRAM.
Left hand.
This particular FRAM allows the communications antenna to receive heater power. They'll also affix thermal blankets to preserve the antenna's integrity in case they ever want to use it in the future.
Go towards the FRAM. Straight down.
Good push down on it. I've got how's that?
We'll see here.
Rotate a little bit.
Do you think you can reach the bolts?
Give it a whirl.
If I were to hold it down?
You can hold it down? Yeah, I might be able to do that. This one certainly.
I think,
I'm giving it a good quarter turn.
Tom, we've got good clearance if you want to go body forward, if that would help.
I'll take it.
Could you put a hand back on it?
Yeah. Okay, Roger, stand by 1. I'm going to put a hand back on there. The next thing we could do is this stable, maybe hitting it with the PGT again.
I think we're just not quite aligned here.
Yeah, just slight.
And
let's get the PGT out and push down on it. I can wiggle it until you feel it go in. So doing all that plus trying to turn it with your hands is just not. And Roger, I'm going to take you up.
Oh wait, I might have gotten it.
Oh, okay. Stand by. Roger.
Oh man, I think we're this close. Maybe there's just sound up in there.
So guys, we've been following along, and so one of the suggestions that we had was maybe try, like Tom described, is go ahead and engage the PGT on the bolt. And if we need to put Tom in a better GCA, I'm just in a slightly better position, and then Kayla has the PGT on, and then when we feel it in position, give it that less than 1 turn with the at alpha 1 setting.
Okay.
Sounds good. So I'm going to do a quick GCA. And Roger, GCA, body forward, 10 centimeters.
Copy. Brakes are coming off and giving you body forward 10 centimeters, starting motion.
We just reached the 4-hour mark into the planned 6.5-hour spacewalk with NASA astronauts Tom Marshburn and Kayla Barron. They are now working to stow the degraded SASA, this one that failed, or part of it went down back in September. They replaced it with another unit, and now they're just stowing the SASA onto the FRAM.
We'll try this.
Complete. Brakes are on.
I'll see if I can rotate it a little bit.
And Kayla, go ahead and go for 2 turns.
They're discussing now the best way to get this done with their ground IV, Drew Morgan, and the EVA team here in Mission Control. That involves getting their PGT, their pistol grip tool. It's like a cordless drill in space configured, and using astronauts Matthias Maurer and Rajachari to get Tom Marshburn in a slightly more advantageous position on the robotic arm.
You go for that.
Yep. Go. I went in as well. If you're in on both.
All right, good work, Ed. And Kayla, we're going to reset to alpha 5 clockwise 2. Alpha 5 clockwise 2.
As the astronauts got directions on their tool configuration from the ground IV, you are looking at a live view of helmet camera number 16 belonging to Kayla Barron. You are now seeing her point of view on the spacewalk today.
Copy, Kayla, and your 5.5 to 9 turns.
It'd be easier for me to hit this one. Do you have a good reach for it?
That was about 8 turns, and I think it torqued out. Agree, Tom? You trying to say that?
I was just going to put it back on there for you if you want to do it again.
I think it's torqued out, Tom.
Okay.
I got green light, 8 turns, 4.7 pounds.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Stand by, Kayla, we're checking.
You want to do that one, Tom? Roger.
Yeah, how do you feel about your positioning?
Well, I think you are probably in a better spot for it.
Okay.
We'll wait for the go, though.
Right. Thank you.
Well, guys, stand by on the second bolt.
Copy. Standing by.
Okay, on the bolt that we just drove, we're going to just double check settings, alpha 5 clockwise 2, and then we're going to attempt that bolt one more time. We're expecting a little higher torque.
Alpha 5, clockwise to our set.
Yep, Kayla, we'll hit that one again. We're looking for somewhere on the order of about 7 foot-pounds.
This time I got a green light, 7.3.
All right, that's a good install.
Barron now double checking on her work. She installed the first of the 2 mast bolts to connect the SASA to the FRAM, the flight releasable attach mechanism.
Good settings, 5.5 to 9 turns.
Thank you. 5.5 to 9.
As Kayla Barron drives that second mast bolt to secure it, we'll sometimes get some Earth views poking out of her wrist mirror. The International Space Station is about to cross the English Channel.
6.4 and 7 turns.
And I read 6.9 on the torque there.
Okay, I'm going to miss that. Thank you.
All right, that's a good install as well.
Oh, great.
All right, Tom, for you, we wanted you to assess where you are in your arm position if you needed to do any GCA before we start installing the tent, the MLI tent. And then we're going to be standing by also for your go, whether we can move ahead with our comm swap, where we'll be swapping over to Space to Ground 3. That'll be seamless to you, but I will do a comm check there with you guys, but we just want to hear that you're in a good position with the arm first.
Okay. And I'm going to need to move around a bit. Let me just talk to Kayla for a second. So the shroud, don't need to worry about this side so much. We're going to be putting in portatory fasteners on this side and there. Yep.
The folks here in Mission Control confirmed a good installation of the degraded SASA unit.
And Matthias, Roger?
Copy, we're ready. Do you want us to back out those other inputs you put in, or just go from here?
I'll start by doing some of that. That is body back by 20 centimeters.
The particular area where the degraded unit has been successfully installed to does allow the communications antenna to receive heater power.
20 centimeters.
Pretty soon, Tom Marshburn will work to reinstall the multi-layer insulation, MLI, which is another layer of thermal protection for the unit.
More if you want. That's the 20.
So that's good. And I will need heat down by 0.5 meter. Good motion. And stop motion.
That'll be stopping motion.
I think that'll do it. I can reach everything.
Guys, I'm going to break in real quick. Kayla, we're going to have you stand by on the MLI tent for just a couple moments.
Okay, standing by.
Okay, in GCA.
Copy, GCA complete. Brakes are on.
And just so you know, I will need another one over to the right side. Get the other quarter turn fasteners, so we're good for now.
So, Kayla, what we need is a thorough inspection of the low-gain antenna side of the RFG, the part that you probably weren't able to see while it was in the temp stow location.
Okay.
And if you can grab some photos for us, that'll be appreciated as well.
Stand by.
And Tom, for you, if you are in a good position with the GCA and you're content with where you're located there, what we want to do is hear your go for the comm swap.
All right, let me just check with Matthias and Roger. You guys good for the comm swap?
We're good with that. You mentioned maybe needing a little more GCA for that other core turret fastener. So if you need that first, we're happy to do it. Otherwise, yeah, we're good.
That'll be the next step in the shroud installation. I can only get one side of it from here. Can't get both sides with one position. So.
Yeah, then we're fine with the comm swap.
Okay. Andrew, we're all good with comm swap at this point. So you have a go.
Okay, Tom, we copy, and Raja and Matthias know what to do if we lose comm for greater than 5 minutes. But otherwise, seamless to you. I'll check back with you once we're configured.
Copy.
You have lively views now of NASA astronaut Tom Marshburn aboard the robotic arm, working to get that multi-layer insulation layer covered over the antenna. Getting live views now from NASA astronaut Kayla Barron's helmet camera on her very first spacewalk of her career as she puts the finishing touches on the stowage of the degraded SASA unit back onto the Express Logistics carrier. The unit is in good hands, attached to heat and getting its nice blanket on. It's a degraded unit for now, but in the event that they ever want to repair it and use it again, it is available for them to do so. A new unit to replace the spare did not have to be launched to the International Space Station for this operation, as it already lived right here where the degraded unit once was. We're in a brief but expected handover period right now. Meanwhile, outside of the International Space Station, NASA astronauts Tom Marshburn and Kayla Barron are working to install the multi-layer insulation. This is a big thermal blanket going over the antenna for protection and thermal protection as well. They're both on either side of the antenna working to get that fastened. These two spacewalking astronauts launched to the International Space Station as part of the Crew 3 mission just earlier this month, and as you can see, have already hit the ground running. Today, they worked to install a new SASA unit that was already a part of the International Space Station, removing a degraded unit that had gone partially down just this past September. Because of other communications redundancies aboard the International Space Station, this spacewalk was not a huge rush when it went down in September, but now the International Space Station operations has time to do the spacewalk, and Kayla Barron and Tom Marshburn have executed it ahead of schedule. Following these finishing touches, NASA astronaut Kayla Barron will work to return the bags of tools and other equipment they would need during the spacewalk that she had originally brought out of the Quest airlock and return them back. Meanwhile, Tom Marshburn will set to do the steps of the portable foot restraint in reverse and put them back on the SETA and break free from the robotic arm of the International Space Station and join Kayla Barron back in the Quest airlock. You're looking now at a live view, this time from the helmet camera of NASA astronaut Tom Marshburn as he gets that thermal protection covering hooked onto the communications antenna. During the installation of the spare SASA where the degraded unit once was, Kayla Barron had attached some wires that gave the unit power, and Tom Marshburn was able to switch the unit on. This all occurred before they went to go stow the degraded unit. We're now hearing that the unit is getting good forward and return communications on the SASA. That means that the new SASA is functioning as expected. If you recall, the old one had a failed return link. It meant that we could send data up to the space station, but the antenna lost its ability to send signals back to Earth. Fortunately, we've got notification that this brand new SASA is getting information and communication both ways. You're getting a live view now of NASA astronaut Kayla Barron's helmet camera. Her heck of use, these high-definition cameras. We're watching this through her perspective as she puts the finishing touches, as she puts the thermal protection over the degraded SASA unit for future integrity. While this blanket that you're looking at may look thin, it's actually made up of several layers sewn together of varying materials, including mylar, for the purpose of being able to withstand the swings from hot to colds that the space station experiences several times per day. So while we're getting information here on the ground that we're getting good forward and return communications on this newly installed SASA unit, the crew, our spacewalking crew today, is going to do a check of the communications, and we might hear Rajachari and Matthias Maurer confirm whether or not they hear it. In addition to these voice checks, the spacewalking astronauts are also going to check out their own equipment. They're going to do a hap check and glove inspection, as you've heard them do several times throughout the spacewalk. This is just one more step before they go back into the Quest airlock to conclude the EVA.
And Houston Station on Space Ground 1, how do you hear?
Station Houston, Space Ground 1, read you loud and clear to move to 2.
You're seeing the camera views of NASA astronaut Kayla Barron, and if you look at the top of your screen, you can briefly see some red stripes belonging to Tom Marshburn. Right now they're confirming with the ground that the thermal insulation is where it needs to be.
See what's going on because of my from this side.
But these should adhere. Oh, I see.
Yeah, there's Velcro inside the clamshell that should adhere to the tent, and from what I can tell, not quite flat.
Right.
Like my end needs to come
towards the
station aft.
Okay.
This needs to go down a little bit.
You're now hearing the voice of Kayla Barron. Went quiet for a little while because she had switched over from space to ground to another method of communication to test out the SASA, and we confirmed that those communications checks were good.
That's good. The good news that we have a working SASA antenna. Great job.
That's fantastic.
Awesome.
Congratulations. That's great.
What do you see in, Tom? And then I'll fill in the gaps.
So the clamshell is not completely closed, but it's...
As Tom Marshburn and Kayla Barron put the finishing touches on the thermal insulation here in Mission Control Houston, we got a couple of cheers hearing the good news that the SASA is working and functioning fine.
The clamshell is not mating with the Velcro. It needs to go aft further.
So it needs to go aft, but rotation doesn't matter, right?
I don't think so. There's a tab on my side.
Okay.
That's about lined up. And the opening should be facing you exactly, facing Zenith.
Yeah.
So what I would recommend is opening it back up and releasing it, and then trying to get it further aft before we close it.
The top of the clamshell, though, is really flush hard against the top of the high gain.
Okay, then sounds like a good config. I'll push the MLI
now
a little bit further up to meet it.
The little turtleneck might have been in the way, so let me back that up a little bit. Yeah, that little turtleneck piece is, for lack of a better word.
That's looking pretty good right there, Tom, if you close it.
Okay. I think there was a little flap was in the way, but trying to close it now. Finger in there.
Looking much better on my side in terms of alignment.
There we go. That's a lot better on this side right now, too.
Yep, I'm a lot happier with that. Looks good, Tom.
Oh, no, came undone. Yeah, I got to get both straps in.
Okay.
There's one. Two. That holds it. Okay. Looks pretty good.
I concur.
Picking tools and feathers. I'm all clear. How are you for me taking off from here?
I'm go.
Okay. Picking out your safety tether. Everything look good?
Everything looks good on my end.
And if you don't mind yawing just a little bit, double check your safer handles. That one looks good on your, if you yaw to your left. And you can't quite see that one actually. I can see that one on your left hand, I just can't quite see your...
It's down, I feel it.
Okay. You can feel your right one. And I think I'm good for the trip back.
Concur.
Right, and
so guys, just real quick, I just want to check in with you. Check with you on a couple things. First, we want to get a glove and hap check from you, and we also wanted to give you the big picture that we're still about an hour or so ahead of timeline, and we think that we are going to have the opportunity to get to some of these get-aheads.
Roger.
Copy. Glove check and work.
Hi, Tom. And while you guys are doing the checks, we're ready to get you set up for the next maneuver. We'll have to back you out of some of the GCAs you gave us first, if you're ready.
Okay, stand by. Just a little quick comment. I've got a dry half through, and the small finger of my right hand has a couple of very small smudges on it, but otherwise the RTV looks really good.
And for me, I still have some of those. They started out as kind of black, but now they've rubbed off a bit, the dark smudges on my fingertips. And I've noticed on my very fingertips and kind of the fingernail side, there's some sort of like eraser wear-ish wrinkles, kind of wrinkle ridges. I'm trying to show you guys that in my camera. I don't know if you want me to turn my HECA back on for you.
Checking. Yeah, Kayla,
okay, I'll go ahead and...
We'll take your HECA back on.
See if I'm good. Go ahead.
Stand by, Tom.
Back on?
Okay, copy. We're swapping over to your HECA here.
Sure.
And Kayla, can you confirm that those wrinkles you're seeing are actually on the RTV?
Yep, they're on the RTV.
Copy.
It's like on the... Can you see my right hand, Drew?
If you could move your right hand to your left. Touch more. Tom, we're go on your gloves, and so you can go ahead and start working your GCA.
You're now getting views through NASA astronaut Kayla Barron's helmet camera. She's providing a glove check as she's done periodically throughout the spacewalk.
Go ahead.
Okay. Matthias and Roger, ready for GCAs to back out.
Okay, so first we're going to undo the GCAs we gave you sort of all at once, and then we will reset the command frame and get you to the back-off position. So when you start in GCA shortly, you're going to go body aft first.
Body aft first. Copy that.
Starting motion.
Good motion.
We're also pitching you at the same time here.
Copy.
At the completion of Kayla Barron's glove check, where she reported the status of her gloves down to the ground after handling the SAS equipment, we've now switched to views of Tom Marshburn on the robotic arm.
Wrapping out the body aft, and the pitch is done, and we're taking body left about 70 centimeters.
Copy, we have to clear. It's all around.
Sorry, right.
Good motion. See body down now.
And wrap it out.
Okay.
All right, we're just reconfiguring frames, and we'll let you know when we're ready for the next motion.
Copy.
All right, Kayla, we can have your HECA view back again, and it looks like you're complete with caps, and so we'll take that view of your glove.
Here, Mark.
Checking. And we're handing over.
All right, Tom, and the command frame is switched to the ISX internal frame, and we are ready to maneuver you to the...
We're in a brief but expected handover period between satellites. In the right corner of your screen, upper right corner, you see our flight director, Vincent LaCourte, and our ground IV, the one communicating with our spacewalking astronauts whose voice you might have heard throughout our coverage, earlier communicated to the spacewalkers that we may be able to do some get-ahead since the crew completed their tasks ahead of schedule.
We're going to continue with those gloves.
Roger, good to continue.
We expect to get our live views back shortly. We know that Kayla Barron's helmet cam is on and is looking at her gloves for an inspection at the moment.
And Tom, how are you doing?
Pretty good. Waiting for the maneuver back.
Roger.
They're setting it up.
Tom, for you, when you have a break in GCA comm, we'll take your bag inventory.
Hey, Kathy, I'll do that once they start the maneuver.
Copy, that works.
You're not currently in GCA, correct, Tom?
I'm not currently in GCA, that's affirmed.
One of the get-ahead tasks is to break torque or loosen the bolts connecting the DC to DC converter unit for the battery charge and discharge units on the P4 truss of the space station.
Motion here, and then we'll do a little bit of correction 4F as well. Here comes the motion.
Copy. In good motion. And Drew, I'm working on the inventory.
And I'm ready to give you a crew lock bag inventory as well.
Go ahead and go.
Ready to copy, Drew?
We're ready to copy.
All right, I've got a crew lock bag with an external
Here you go.
large small rep. And then, of course, the integrated tether. I have an adjustable to an internal D-ring to a GoPro. I have a cap keeper to an internal RET cap on it. I have a large small RET with a small hook to an internal D-ring and an adjustable with a large hook to an internal D-ring. That's everything on that side. And for the other side.
Getting out.
Kayla Barron now completing one of the first tasks in her work site cleanup and including taking inventory of a bag that she brought out there with her.
Copy.
Andrew, the remainder of my inventory, I have a internal RET to a socket caddy. In the socket caddy, I have an E-rad with a 2-inch rigid socket and a 6-inch wobble socket. I have a ratchet with a palm wheel on a small RET to an internal D-ring. And I have a long-duration tie-down tether with an integrated long wire tie connected to an integral RET.
Checking.
All right, Tom, are you ready for the Joe cast?
Ready for the Joe cast.
It's about 7 minutes long.
Copy. 7 minutes.
The crew on the ground just confirmed that Kayla Barron brought back with her everything that she brought out. Another step in the worksite cleanup.
Starboard and nadir back towards the front of the truss.
Copy.
One of her first tasks of the day was to bring these 2 bags out of the Quest airlock and over to the Express Logistics carrier, where they worked for a lot of this spacewalk.
Ready.
Stand by. We just wanted to confirm that you were in motion.
Copy. I'm in motion. Secret motion.
And Tom, if it's okay with you, once Drew gives me a go, I could finish my ORU bag inventory so I can work on getting things packed.
Yeah, go ahead and finish that up.
Okay.
Kayla, you have a good bag inventory, and we just wanted to remind you that we do need the ratchet with the 6-inch for the get-ahead.
Yep, I concur. I was going to ask you if you agree with me putting the wobble socket on the ratchet and taking the ratchet on my mini workstation.
Yep, that works for us.
Okay, and for the medium eye, and there's also an adjustable across the bottom of the bag. Externally, I have a large small adjustable and a large small RET.
So, Kayla, we are going to need the ball stack and in the bag.
Oh, yep. I agree. Good call, guys. Stand by, I'll retrieve that now. Hey, go ahead, Tom.
Okay. Just interrupt me when you want.
Okay.
So you can keep on moving. Hey, Drew, if you're ready, I'm ready for an inventory of the crew light bag 1.
Ready.
All right, I'm looking on the outside of it. It's got a small RET with an external D-ring and also a large small adjustable on the other D-ring. I have a GoPro on an adjustable to an integral RET.
About halfway through the motion.
Copy. Long duration tie down further with the wire tie, integral RET. Active wrench, the palm wheel, a small RET, an internal D-ring. Pry bar to an integral RET. Waist tether, an internal D-ring. And the socket caddy with the ERAD and the 2-inch socket is on an integral ret.
Checking. And Tom, that's a good crew lock inventory.
Kayla Barron had just completed the inventory of the bags that she had brought out with her for the spacewalk, and now we just got confirmation that Tom Marshburn did the same thing, and he has everything that he needs. These will be brought back to the Quest airlock with the exception of the tools needed for some of the get-ahead tasks.
What's going, Kayla?
Good, I have the mutt, and I'm working on getting it stowed in the medium lower U-bag. My ret swap now.
That's a beautiful fastness, isn't there? Already looking around.
Got my visor down.
Getting mine.
We are now in an orbital daytime as Kayla Barron was calling out that she has her ret and her mutt. This is the retractable tether and the multi-use tether.
Motion wrapping out.
Copy.
In your position hold, we're going to reconfigure here, and we'll be setting up for a GCA to publish APFR egress. Goes a few seconds.
Copy.
All right, and we're ready if you are, Tom.
I'm ready. I can clear egress 8 is in.
Copy. We're ready for maneuver to GCA to published APFR egress and roll position.
Ready.
Be about 1.5 meters nadir and then 1.5 meters aft.
Copy. Ready for the maneuver to GC.
Okay, starting motion.
To maneuver.
Clear.
Spacewalkers Tom Marshburn and Kayla Barron are now wrapping up their tasks for the day. Kayla Barron's cleaning up the work site while Tom Marshburn is working to stow away the robotic arm.
Copy, 1 meter.
Continue, egress 8 is in. And stop GC, stop motion.
Copy motion. Up to 40 centimeters short of the published.
40 centimeters short. Checking. I'll take the other 40.
Copy, continuing motion. Just watch your move plate.
Watching. You're going to stop motion.
Copy motion. About 20 centimeters short.
And GCA.
DCA complete. Brakes are on.
Copy. And Drew, I believe I'm ready for egress.
Yeah, Tom, it looks like you're in the egress position, and then you can stow your crew lock bag on the truss. Just let us know where you put it.
Copy. Griffin.
And Drew, I have an update for you on my bag inventory.
We're standing by.
The mutt ball sack mutt is attached by a large small ret to a D-ring on the adjustable equipment tether that's tethered inside across the bottom of the bag. And my ratchet wrench with palm wheel has the 6-inch wobble socket installed with a good pull test. That's on my mini workstation now. And if you agree, I will stow the crew lock bag in the medium ORU bag.
That sounds like a good configuration, Kayla. We'll go for that.
While Barron works to stow her bags that she brought out in the Quest airlock, Tom Marshburn got the go to egress the robotic arm. He'll then work to remove the portable foot restraint and store it on the SETA, which lives on the outside of the space station. He will not need to bring it back into the Quest airlock with him.
And Tom, you can go ahead and retract that ingress aid.
Copy, Edward. Thank you.
And Tom, I can help you build your tether pack back.
MI1. Okay, Drew, the crew lock bag is stowed at 8,700. We'll see the handrail.
And then you can attach that to your red reel.
And it's going to be our key in place here. One for the green hook. Now right to it first.
we're about 2 minutes from handover here, from a handover, and I just wanted to double check you were feeling good to work some of these get-aheads for us.
Sir, I'm feeling great. I've got the medium ORU bag packed up and on my BRT, and I was going to head down to P44 Alpha.
All right, that sounds good, and then if you could give us a safer handle check as you get down off of the ELC.
Okay.
We're in a brief but expected handover period. Kayla Barron is talking with the ground now, reporting that she's all done with her tasks, and when the ground asked how she's feeling and if she's up to doing some of these get-ahead tasks, she said she's willing and able.
Both my safer handles are down, and my gauntlets are down, Drew.
Okay, copy all. We'll be handing over here in a minute or two.
Drew, my green hook is going on to the red reel, and I'm locking it.
Copy that, Tom. That's a good check, and then you can release your yellow hook from the arm.
Okay, release my rat and nothing worked.
And then you'll attach it to your green rail and lock it in place.
Okay.
And we're stepping into the handover.
Roger.
We expect to get our live views back shortly, and when we do, we can soon expect to see NASA astronaut Tom Marshburn free from the robotic arm for the first time in about 4 hours. We're now at the 5-hour mark of the planned 6.5-hour EVA. They've completed all of their tasks for today, and we've got a good communications check both on the ground and a verbal confirmation that the astronauts can communicate and hear them okay, meaning that the new SASA unit installed is functioning fine.
Each other check.
So there's still LOS for our other
Okay.
positions.
Thank you. I figured.
Okay, guys, we're back with you.
Drew, ready for a safety tether check for you?
We're ready.
My left D-ring extender, I've got a red hook. It is closed and locked. The yellow hook is closed and locked on the green reel, and the green hook is closed and locked on the red reel, and they're both one by one. Second, they're both unlocked, and they're both unlocked. Copy.
All right, Tom, that's a good tether config.
Copy.
So you can remove the APFR from the arm, and you can stow it under your BRT or tend it on over there, and you can give the arm a go to maneuver to their parking position.
Okay, copy that.
As Marshburn works with the ground to move his tethers into a good configuration to get off of the robotic arm, getting some views of the Earth during this orbital daytime as the International Space Station passes over the South Pacific Ocean.
Kayla, we wanted to check in with you. We know you got CUP checklist pages that were probably guiding you over there to the 4A IEA, and we're going for the 4A3 BCDU, which is there in the aft corner on the non-radiator side, on the part of the IEA nearest to you.
I believe I'm looking at it right now. What I see is, let's see. CADDC, well actually, yep, a battery charge, discharge unit ORU, serial number 0032.
We're checking.
And then, according to my tough checklist page, that drew would be BCDU 4 Alpha 3, and I am on the aft starboard corner of the P4 4 Alpha IEA.
All right, Kayla, you are on the right BCDU. We'll have you take your ratchet wrench, and then we're only going to do a half to a quarter turn on H1, and H1 is the non-doghouse side.
Barron now working on her get-ahead tasks. You'll note that she only needs to slightly turn the bolts. This is because we're just generally loosening them for possible future use.
Hey, Roger Matias, the APFR is removed. And by for sec.
There's a half turn on H1.
Okay, copy that, Kayla. And one thing, a caution that I needed to give you is once we break torque on those, then we won't be able to translate on those micro squares.
Roger. Problem? Broken on H1.
Copy that, Kayla. And now we're going to go to the PGT, and I'll give you settings when you're ready.
Kayla Barron now braking torque on the bolts to save time for future spacewalks in the event that they ever needed a spare. Loosening these bolts, connecting the DC to DC converter unit to the battery charge and discharge units on the P4 truss of the space station.
Thanks for flying Canada Arm Airlines today. Make sure to tip your pilots if you enjoyed the ride.
Certainly did.
Great words from Rajachari there, who assisted with the flying of the robotic arm containing passenger Tom Marshburn.
Options I'm going to read you.
Okay, I've got Alpha 7 counterclockwise 2 set, and I'm listening.
Okay, those are good settings. First of all, we want to just make sure that you ensure that the socket's fully engaged before you turn the bolt to prevent bolt damage. And torque is broken when you feel motion on the bolt head. And to prevent bolt damage, we don't want to exceed a half a turn on release. So I'm a little bit late in giving you that one, but I think we're still in a good place.
And you got a little broken up there at the end, Drew. I would say I've turned about a half turn with the ratchet wrench. And so, you want me to drive this, the PGT?
Kayla, you have a good understanding. That's correct.
Okay. And only one half turn. that correct, Drew?
So, sorry, apologize for that, Kayla. So this one's on this H1 with the PGT. You're in the correct settings, Alpha 7 counterclockwise 2, and we're going to do 7 turns on this H1. It's going to be a full release of this H1.
Okay.
While Kayla Barron gets to work loosening those bolts, we're getting a view of Tom Marshburn taking a look at the portable foot restraint in his hands. This was attached to the robotic arm that connected his feet for the majority of the EVA.
Now the depressible.
Okay, copy, Tom, and if we could just confirm the settings.
Work. Actually ended up a little off from what I expected. It's at a setting of 7 right now. Alpha Papa and the Fox 6 are the same.
H1 is released. And I did get 7 turns, and right at about 7 turns, the PGT skipped a little.
Tom, just for your awareness, we're going to be moving the arm here. It should be behind you, not a factor.
Okay, copy, Kayla, and we're going to reset your PGT to Alpha 7 clockwise 2. And this will be for bolt 2.
H2, correction. Verification.
And Kayla, you're going to do this H2 bolt on the 4 Alpha 3 BCDU, and we'll just take your torque turns and light. And Tom, for you, we just want to confirm. And Tom, unfortunately, we would like to get the APFR in a 12 o'clock clocking, if able.
12 o'clock clocking. I'll use that. Okay. And then I'll probably roll it around, right? Because it's in a low profile position now, but I flip around the clock and then redo the pitch. Not the pitch, but the roll. And it'll be in a low profile, but I'll copy. And I'll go in for the 12 o'clock position. I was looking at the low profile situation rather than the number.
And Drew,
We're with you, Kayla.
Alpha 7 clockwise 2 set. H2 torqued out pretty much immediately at about half a turn. And green light, 9.1 foot-pounds.
Okay, that is a good reinstall on H2. Kayla, next we're going to move down that same side of the IEA, the non-radiator side, and we're going to go to the 4 Alpha 2 BCDU in the opposite corner.
And can I just confirm, Drew, I never released H2 with the ratchet. Was that correct? I just want to make sure I'm tracking intent here.
You are correct, Kayla. You understand it absolutely correctly.
I will stow my PGT and head over to the other VDC.
Yep, we'll meet you over there, and that will be ratchet wrench first.
Roger, ratchet wrench first.
You're getting a live view now of NASA astronaut Tom Marshburn as he puts the finishing touches on putting away his portable foot restraint. This connected him to the robotic arm conducted by Matthias Maurer and Raj Achari. This means that cleanup of their work site is pretty much all complete. Now that Tom is out of his robotic arm, Kayla has stowed the bags and did an inventory on her tools. The crew is reporting that they're feeling quite well, and a couple of the get-ahead tasks are well underway.
Roger, it's ready. I'm looking at H1. And I am on the BDCU that is on the most outboard aft corner of the IEA.
Checking Caleb.
While we're talking about tools, we did get a question from YouTube kind of calling out some of the pistol grip tools that the ground IV communicated with the crew. For instance, you might hear Alpha 5 CW2. Well, Alpha and Beta are different torque settings. Bravo is the more powerful of the two. B7 is the highest torque value.
Kayla, we're just checking a couple things here. The first thing, if you wouldn't mind moving your mini workstation end effector to a handrail rather than...
The second number indicates speed, being 1 through 3, 3 being really fast. So for instance, if you call out Alpha 5 CW2, it means moderate torque value, going in the direction clockwise, with a speed of 2, so perfectly in the middle, between 1 and 3.
Checking. Okay, Kayla, you are go to brake torque on both H1 and H2. We're about a quarter to a half turn.
Roger, brake torque on both H1 and H2, quarter to a half turn.
Good reback.
Andrew, guys for the 12 o'clock. Back on black, good pull, good twist test. We're in Papa Papa. Going Fox 6.
Okay, Tom, take that Fox to an Alpha on roll, and we are in a good config.
Copy.
And the brake torque on H1, a quarter turn, just moving over to H2.
Copy.
Andrew, the roll was at Alpha.
All right, copy that, Tom. Great job. So we're not going to have you do anything additional from here, so this is going to be camera and video time.
Are you in procedure, Kayla?
I just broke torque on H2. I'm just finishing up the second BDCU, and then I have the stop restraint tie back.
This is out. Could head over that way towards you.
Is that up to you? And for Drew, H2 broken, a quarter turn. Going from a PGT.
Yep, next we're going to do H1 Alpha 7 counterclockwise 2.
Roger, moving back over to H1.
Drew, I was thinking about heading over towards Kayla. That's all right with you?
Hey, Tom, it's up to you and Kayla if you're going to head all the way out there, but she's going to be done here pretty quickly. In the end, we want Kayla to translate back in ahead of you.
Appreciate it. Alrighty. Kayla, I'll get some snaps here.
Roger. And for Drew, I've got Alpha 7 clockwise 2 sets, and I'm at H1.
Kayla, the settings are going to be Alpha 7 counterclockwise 2.
Roger. Alpha 7 counterclockwise 2, and understand I'm fully releasing about a 7 turns.
Good, read back about 7 turns to release.
Drew, I will go ahead and get my crew light bag on me.
And Drew,
sounds good.
That was 8 turns on H1. The PGT did not skip this time, but I believe it's fully released. I'm not sure what indications I have of that, though. I did notice the lock-unlock indicator is indicating it was kind of like bouncing, I guess, clicking back and forth near the lock indicator.
Checking. Okay, let's give it 2 more turns on H1.
Okay, 2 more.
Drew, I'm giving the paddle a couple of pushes on the seat of cart.
All right, we see it.
Drew, that was 2 more turns, and the PGT and Bolt seemed to skip this time.
Okay, copy, Kayla. We're ready for you to reset your PGT, Alpha 7, and this one will be clockwise 2 for Bolt H2.
All right, Alpha 7 clockwise 2 set, and I'll just adjust my body position, and then let you know when I'm going to start turns.
Copy.
All right, I've got Alpha 7 clockwise 2 set, and I'll be driving to torque at a quarter turn.
Copy that. That sounds like good setting.
I've got green light, 9.2 foot-pounds, and that was about a quarter turn.
Okay, copy, Caleb.
I'll start heading over to the sub brackets.
Okay, we'll meet you there. That's in the opposite corner.
Okay.
And Drew, I've got my crew lock bag.
Copy, Tom. Kayla, while you're making your way over there, we know that you still have that ORU bag on you. If you want to attempt to stow that out of your way, because we think you might need the BRT in order to do these wire ties.
Roger. We'll assess that in a second here, Drew.
Copy. And Kayla, a couple more words for you. Those micro fixtures there on that lithium-ion battery by the sob that we're going to restrain, those are, unfortunately, are not able to translate on those.
Roger.
And then one final reminder, Kayla, there's the radiator just there at your feet.
Clear? Working on temp still in the medium ORU bag.
Copy, and I have a recommended handrail for you to BRT when you're actually working the wire ties.
Roger, I'm ready for it.
It's 5124.
Yeah, I see that just to my right. Roger, I'm going to go for my first long wire tie.
Okay, copy. I know you've studied the pictures of this. I can give you any words, but you know that big one is going to go through the tunnel there and then put 3 twists on it.
Roger.
Switching now to live views from astronaut Kayla Barron as she works on a couple of get-ahead tasks before the conclusion of this spacewalk. She's breaking torque or loosening a couple of the bolts on a couple of different locations on the space station. Again, not related to the NASA, but could one day be helpful in case we ever need spares. Roger, I've got the wire tie through the overstrength tunnel, both of them, and I've got 3 half twists.
Okay, Kayla, that looks good. And you know the second wire tie goes on that micro fixture there adjacent.
Roger, that's going to work. And that's on the lithium-ion battery to the inboard side, correct?
Affirmative. After completing her task to break torque
Kayla Barron is now working on her second get-ahead task. This involves putting wire ties on the sub, or solar array blanket boxes, and that's what you see her tying now.
Okay, I've got it secured to H2 with 3/2 twists.
Copy, Kayla. And so now we're going to take that wire tie that you just placed, and we want it to go across that cable connection there. So it's kind of capturing it, depressing it down, and then use that wire to then grab the lasso that you just did on the sob itself. Exactly.
Stand, and it's going to work. How far do you expect these to rotate back through? Very.
Checking.
Maybe like, I don't know, 30 degrees away from straight up. Or stop.
Yeah, Kayla, we want it
to clear, so I think I'm meeting
we want it to rotate all the way against that hard stop like you have it, exactly closest to the micro square, so you're doing it exactly correct.
And let me get this cable underneath. Oh.
Yeah, Kayla, and so that ORU just off to your right is the PFCS, and we want to be able to get at that robotically, and so your tieback is going to give us clear access to it.
I'm going to reposition where I have the attachment point here, if I can, just because I realize that's not super tight. And Drew, got an idea for you guys. Would it be okay to thread the H2 wire tie under the looped wire tie and then tighten it back that way?
Yep, Kayla, that's exactly what we want you to do. Then double it back and then add 3 twists.
Roger. Picture, I kind of remembered the ends being connected, but this I think seems better from my standpoint right now.
As one of her get-ahead tasks, NASA astronaut Kayla Barron is working to install a set of 2 long wire ties to the solar array blanket boxes.
All right, Drew, I've got it restrained back, and I will try to, tell me if you can see it in my WVS. I'll show you how much play remains. Definitely clear the corridor.
Kayla, it looks great. We are very satisfied with that. We're going to call that task complete.
Okay. I will work on getting my medium ORU bag back on my BRT, and Then head on board to join Tom.
Copy.
All right, that sounds good, Kayla, and we'll meet you at your green hook.
NASA astronaut Kayla Barron just confirming that she has finished the final of her 4 get-ahead tasks. After the installation of those wire ties that the ground confirmed looked great and was exactly what they were looking for. She'll now make her way back to Tom Marshburn, where they'll begin the procedures to get back into the space station and out of their spacesuits.
How are you doing?
Doing good. Taking some pics.
Nice.
I've got some of you in there.
Awesome. A few little cleanup steps here, and then I'll start my translation back to you.
Copy.
Barron is now tracing her steps that she took originally to the worksite for her get-ahead tasks, now going in reverse back to Tom Marshburn. They'll soon begin the ingress procedures, which are expected to take about 25 minutes.
And Tom and Kayla, for both of you, if we could get one final glove and hat check from you as Kayla starts to make her way back.
Copy, Drew. Good work.
All right.
And Drew, I've got some smudging on the middle finger, my right hand. RTD looks good.
Okay, that's a good check on you, Tom.
And smudging on the little finger of my left hand, and the half is dry. RTD looks good on both hands.
Copy.
And Drew, I have some black smudges on my fingertips. New ones, actually, I didn't have before. But other than that, all just looks the same as last report. Actually, I see a little bit of wear on the outside, RTV wear, on the outside of my left index finger.
Okay, Kayla, that's a good glove check, and we're ready for you to start translating back towards your green hook. As you make your way back near the SASA antenna, we do have one warning for you. If we're going to ask that you stay at least about 4 feet away from the P1 SASA high gain antenna, but if you stay on the translation path and you stay off the SASA stanchion, you'll be fine.
Roger. Okay. And I'm going to put my visor up real quick before I start heading back.
And Kayla, I think you said it, but just
Maybe
if
not
you could
quite yet, actually.
If you confirm your HAP is dry.
It's dry.
Copy.
I'm going to wait like 30 seconds for the sun to go down. I'm going to put my visor up, and then I will head back to Tom.
We copy.
Doing okay, Tom?
Oh, yeah. Doing great. Well, I'm back at the position where you come down later.
Okay.
Meet you over here.
Just came in board of the Sarge.
Copy. And neat handholds there, aren't they?
Tom and Kayla, we're about 2 minutes from a handover. I just want to let you know we're just shy of a 6-hour EVA, and we're going to meet you back at the airlock here shortly, and Kayla will just listen for words for your green hook.
Roger.
The International Space Station just entered into an orbital nighttime. We'll now keep a distance from it because it is powered on and moving. Interface. I'm just taking my time here to make sure my safety tether is tended. Lots of places for it to hang up.
Absolutely. Yeah, take your time.
And just try to get eyes on the UHF antenna here in a minute. Got my medium L U-bag off to my left, so I just want to make sure I've got good clearance to the base of the UHF antenna.
We're in a brief but expected handover period as Kayla Barron makes her way back to the Quest airlock. One last get-ahead test that they have to do, it can be done by either Barron or Marshburn, is to take a picture of a pit pin that astronauts Toma Pesquet and Aki Hoshide had installed into the airlock this past September during their spacewalk. The original was showing some wear and tear, and the two international astronauts replaced it.
My green hook is on my red rail.
We copy.
I'm continuing my translation.
We're flight following.
Passing the Sasa.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
Passing RPMU.
I see you coming.
I'm going to take this part a little slow. The tricky part of the translation.
NASA astronaut Tom Marshburn just confirmed that he has a visual on Kayla Barron. She is making her way so that the two spacewalking astronauts can ingress the International Space Station together.
Tom, could you please move further outboard?
Absolutely.
You're right below where I need to come down.
Ah. I see. Good work. I was following your safety tether.
Mm-hmm.
I was just tracking your safety tether as to where you'd come down.
Okay.
I'm doing that now. How's that?
Much better, thank you.
Absolutely. My safety tether is up against the seat of the handrail.
Roger, I'm coming down. I see your safety tether, Tom.
Okay, good. You heading in, I'll follow.
The two astronauts are now headed towards the airlock. As was her first task of the day, Kayla Barron had removed the thermal hatch cover, and now she'll be the one to open it back up again. They'll get to work stowing their bags and equipment that they brought out with them before entering.
So there's just starting to get
Free?
between your feet. I think as you continue on, we'll just talk again when you get to the turnaround point.
Is it clear, Tom?
There it is. Clear. Didn't think it was going to, but...
Thanks for the heads up on that.
Just get your feet facing forward a little bit when you turn the corner.
Roger.
Although it's tightening up now, looking better.
I see it. Just for your awareness, Tom, it's caught up on the corner of this MLI. It'll be easy for you to clear on your way by.
Copy.
I want to move it because it was keeping it tight.
Okay, thanks. So heads up.
I want to see this first.
And Kayla, you have a go to open the thermal cover when you arrive at the airlock.
Roger.
I'm on the Cedarspur as well. Like I'm clear of that MLI.
At the circular handrail. Down the local.
Removing my third lead.
And the thermal cover is open.
Copy, Kayla. Thermal cover's open, and you can stow the bags as you would like. We know that you also have that ratchet wrench still on your mini workstation. If you wanted to take that off and stow it separately, up to you.
Roger.
Barron just gave verbal confirmation that the hatch thermal cover is open, one of the early steps into getting back into the Quest airlock. She's now going to work on stowing some of the bags that contain the tools that they needed to replace the degraded SASA. Now approaching 6 hours into the spacewalk with NASA astronaut Tom Marshburn and Kayla Barron, Barron's first and Marshburn's fifth spacewalk of his career. The Quest airlock is now in view on your screen.
One by one, Tom. Mind?
Oh yeah, no.
Before you
started drifted a little bit.
Try to get a little more. Right here.
So, there you go.
And when you're ready, Kayla, you can attach your right waist tether to the airlock D-ring extender and lock it.
It's in work right now. My waist tether is attached to the airlock D-ring extender. The closed side are locked. And Tom, I'm going to get this medium or U bag on a airlock vent real quick, and then I'll be ready to get out of your way and take the other crew lock bag.
Copy.
And then, Tom, we have one last task for you after you get that crew lock bag over to Kayla. If you could use your D5 camera and take some pictures of the aft pit pin on the forward hinge of the hatch. I think you've seen the diagrams, so just go ahead and take pictures of all those.
Right.
Looks like astronaut Tom Marshburn was assigned the last get-ahead task of the day to photograph a pit pin on the hinge of the hatch, installed during the first all-international spacewalk out of the Quest airlock.
Attend it. On my way. and I'll finish ingressing.
While Marshburn grabs that photo, Barron is disappearing from view as she enters into the Quest airlock, her feet now visible as she's almost completely inside.
Yeah, I'm looking.
Here we go. Medium, how are you, back?
Old medium.
Hey, Tom.
Okay.
Fully ingress.
Copy. Got a crew lock bag here for you.
Got a hand on it.
Copy.
Got the airlock thread on it, and I'm going to release yours. You ready for it?
Let's see, I am ready.
Okay, coming to you.
Okay. Thanks. Let me know when you're safe inside the safe. Is locked on the.
Oh, that's already complete?
You're all complete, so you are good to go.
Yep, and you have a go to ingress. Ready.
Marshburn is now making his way inside the Quest airlock. Meanwhile, astronaut Rajachari has left Matthias Maurer and is headed back to the equipment lock where he'll assist Barron and Marshburn out of their suits with the help of the other suit IV, Mark Vandehei.
Okay, Tom, and your go to take Kayla's anchor hook and put it onto your right waist tether and then confirm that it's locked.
Okay. Okay.
Vandehei and Chari now snapping a couple of photos as Marshburn makes his way back towards the crew lock. Once he gets in and the doors closed, repressurization can begin, bringing the PSI down from vacuum back to a PSI of about 14.7, at which point the hatch can be opened and Rajachari and Mark Vandehei will move the astronauts back into the equipment lock to help get their suits off.
My right waist tether is closed and locked on EV2's tether, which is closed and locked.
Copy, Tom, and you can retrieve your anchor hook.
It works. Thanks, sir. And that's retrieved. That's it. I'm heading in, and I'll get this fixed.
And Tom, if you could just turn your heck off for us and your go to ingress.
Okay, copy that and work. And flex the button, how's that?
And Tom, we just wanted to check with you and make sure that you grabbed a couple of photos.
Yeah. I'm just setting up here.
Copy, thank you.
I'm going to get up into position here, Kayla, and get that.
You're getting a live view now at the feet of astronaut Tom Marshburn as he makes his way back into the airlock. NASA astronaut Kayla Barron, his spacewalking colleague for the day, is already inside, is working to stow some of the bags that she brought in full of the tools. All primary tasks were complete today to replace a faulty communications antenna and replace it with a functioning one. And in addition, all of their get-ahead tasks are complete.
I got some pictures.
Much appreciated.
Coming in?
And Tom, that's all we needed. You can head on in.
Okay, north. Yeah, I'm up against something there. That might be you, Kayla.
Oh?
Oh, so there we go.
That's your SC. Stop for a second, Tom. Your SCU was caught on your foot. You? And, no, you're good. Go. Go. I have the bags right here, so if they're in your way, please let me know.
Okay. Just slap that thermal cover, bring it back. If it bounces back to me.
Barron and Marshburn now working together to configure both their bodies and their equipment into the airlock so that repressurization can begin.
Okay, that's some work.
The thermal cover is slowly coming back. There you go. Thermal cover's closed.
The person you see on screen now is NASA astronaut Mark Vandehei, and sometimes we'll see astronaut Raj Achari floating into view as well. They're the suit IVs for today's operation, helping Barron and Marshburn get in and out of their spacesuits.
And if you can verify for us that the magnet actually engaged.
Okay. Will do. I got to release it all the way. Get your hand in there to... release the hook.
My SU is connected and locked.
Copy, Caleb.
Then I've got a weird angle. That's still working it.
You're seeing the suited up gloves of NASA astronaut Tom Marshburn as designated by the number 22 in the corner. We're getting his perspective as he tries to get the door closed.
Set it down. One, two, three.
The view you're looking at is the thermal cover of the Quest airlock. Once Tom Marshburn gets that closed, then they could work to close the hatch. That thermal cover, just an extra layer of protection for the hatch door from the elements of space. The EVA does not conclude once the door is closed, but when the spacesuits are back off of internal battery power.
Just not a strong enough magnet, doesn't seem like. Copy.
Copy, Tom. And we'll just ask that you make sure, give your best effort in getting the magnet engaged and then cinch it up to 6 black lines on that tail.
I've got 6. There's still a bit of a gap. About at the limit of the adjustable. And, yeah, that magnet's not engaging. Until it sticks on it for just a second, then pops right off.
Looks
Checking.
pretty close to me, however.
Yeah, I'm looking at about 5-inch gap. A 4-inch gap. Is the medium lower U-back behind me, Kendall?
It is
Oh, I see it.
near you.
Oh, that was your feet. Okay. I was just still down in there.
Tom, we were wondering if you could try to manipulate it a little bit because we think that it's flexing away so the magnet doesn't quite engage.
And do what with it again? The
Because it's sort of
pulled almost all the way tight. It won't go in. Okay, so maybe bend out the middle of it, you mean? So the adjustable is as tight as it'll go. And I'm pulling pulling it all the way up. The thermal cover up.
Tom, if you hold with your left hand as you are and then push on the middle with your right hand.
Yeah, I did that. I'm pushing on the ribs with my right hand. Going up with the left. And letting go. It's just simply not enough magnetic force. I do see a bend in the rib again.
Checking.
I've got all the ribs heads out. At least I bend them out. Okay, it's staying intact now. Just had to barely release it, so it's all the way up now.
All right, Tom, we like it.
Be a very light touch to pop it off.
Yep, we're going to go with it. It looks good, and we're going to go ahead and have you remove your SCU from its pouch, open your DCM cover, and then connect and verify that we are connected and locked.
Okay.
Marshburn confirmed that the hatch thermal cover is closed. He worked with the ground to make sure that it laid flush and stayed closed.
See the pouch? I think my wrist is a little bit against yours. Look, turn it around the other way. There's up behind me. I got it. How's yours going, Kayla?
I'm connected.
I'm connected as well. But your both SCUs are connected.
Okay, copy. You're both connected to your SCUs, and they're locked in place. I have a note for you here. We'd recommend a TCV setting between 8 and max cold. This is dialed toward your feet when we go to our next couple of steps.
Okay.
Roger, I am in 8.
Copy, Kayla.
Working it.
Okay, guys, it's time to go. Water switch is off. You can expect an H2 off message.
Now I'm at 8 and going for my water switch.
My water switch is off. I have the H2O is off message.
Mine is off, and I got the water is off message.
Okay, that starts our 2-minute timer.
Barron and Marshburn now moving through the final steps of their ingress procedures, including turning their water off. They're soon going to verify that the hatch is clear, ready to be closed.
And the hatchway is clear.
And then you can verify also that the handle position is per decal.
And it's as per the decal.
All right, copy that, Tom. We'll let you know when the timers run.
Copy.
Turning off the water in their extravehicular mobility units, also known as their spacesuits, is a process that's expected to take about 2 minutes.
Hey, Drew. So we still have a little bit of time. I just wanted to say something.
Yeah, Tom, we got time.
Hey, copy. Just wanted to make sure we had good comms still. And pretty unbelievable that the team, everyone is able to pull this together in just a few weeks and get Kayla and I trained up, and Raja and Matthias. The capability to do something that quickly is just fantastic. Vincent LaCourte with the team in just an outstanding manner. Art Thomason and Greer Wilt gave us all the tools we needed and provided just perfect instruction for us, gave us all the information in an understandable manner, and we were just executing their suggestions of what they told us. And Michael Dino and Stephen Polano for getting us into the suits out safely. Drew, of course, fantastic job as always. Ivy and Christian Huerta Lopez for putting together those very precise, perfect robotic maneuvers. I know that was a lot of all-nighters or all-weekers even set together, and finally Linda and the training team for putting all that together. Of course, on rapid notice, giving us whatever we needed to succeed today. So congratulations to everyone. Really appreciate it.
Hey, guys, we really appreciate the kind words, and on behalf of the entire EVA 78 EVA team, it was a real pleasure to develop this and execute it with you guys. Did a fantastic job. Thank you for restoring S-Band to the ISS. This was just a great morning. Tom, Kayla, a couple of pros out there, and Mark, Raja, Matthias, thank you very much for getting us through this. Great job. We're about a minute and a half from handover, and you are go for hatch closure.
Happy go for hatch closure.
One final shot.
Coming your way a little bit, Kayla.
That's fine.
Hey, the hatch is closed and latched.
Copy, Tom. We understand that the EV hatch is closed and locked. Kayla, for you on the UIA, check that oxygen for EMU 1 and 2 valves are open.
Oxygen, EMU 1 and...
We're in a brief handover period, but the crew in orbit is in the crew lock section of Quest. They're undergoing some checks right now before repressurization can begin.
Great job today, Kayla.
Yeah, you too.
You had the bulk of the work. You have to play with everything that's out there just about.
All the tools.
Yeah.
And Kayla, I think we clipped there in a handover. We just wanted to verify that the oxygen for EMU 1 and 2 valves are both open.
Oxygen, EMU 1 and 2 are both open.
All right, copy. And then also on the UIA, switch power for EV1 and 2. Switch power to on and verify that all 4 LEDs are on.
Let's see. So power EV1 and 2 are on, and the EMU LEDs are on. The Orlon LEDs are off. We've got 2 LEDs.
Yeah, Kayla, that's a good check. My mistake. And then we'll also take a check of the voltage for EV1 and EV2.
18.6 for both.
All right, that's a good check for both of you. And now on your DCMs, you can switch power to SCU.
Okay.
And you can expect a warning tone.
Power is in SCU for EV2. Yours is as well, Tom?
Yes, I called it.
Roger.
Calling SCU for EV1.
All right, copy both. Guys, from there, we are going to hand you over to Mark and Raja to continue the crew lock repress.
Drew and Johnny and the rest of the team, thanks for taking such great care of these folks and accomplishing the mission so well. Kayla and Tom, I asked you to crush it, but man, you all triple crushed it. So let's get you inside. First step on your DCM, O2 actuator to press.
O2 actuator going to press.
Alright, O2 actuator is in press.
EV2's O2 actuator is press.
Yeah. Must be sticky.
6 hours and 30 minutes into the EVA, NASA astronaut Mark Vande Hei on the right of the screen is walking the 2 spacewalking astronauts through the repressurization procedures.
And what is in press?
Copy, 1's in press. Tom, check the EV hatch MPEV is closed.
EV hatch improv is closed.
Okay, I'm going to start repressing the crew lock, so I'm going to go to halfway between off and normal for a couple of minutes. Let me know if you want me to speed it up or slow it down, or just plain old stop it. There we go.
Roger, ready.
Hey.
It's a good rate so far for me.
As well.
Copy. When the crew lock gets to 4 psi, you can expect an alert tone.
Copy. Like I've got my feet in your face.
They're all good.
Okay.
Got plenty of room.
What would you both think about me speeding this up a little bit?
The EVA concluded at 11:47 a.m. Central, 12:47 Eastern Time, marking the end of a U.S. EVA is marked when repressurization has begun, and the pressure in the crew lock is climbing. It's at about 1.1 psi. The total time of the spacewalk today was 6 hours and 32 minutes.
Feel good, Kayla. How about you?
I'm good.
Can you bump it up a little bit more?
I'll do a little more.
Yep, I'm ready for a little bit more.
And it is getting hard for us to hear you in here, so you're going to have to give me some hand signals. I did copy a little bit more. That's steady right now.
How you feeling, Tom?
Doing good. Good rate.
Yeah, I'd say potentially go a little bit higher, but maybe just leave it here.
Yeah. I think I could if you want to just bump it up a tad bit more. I'm happy with this as well. I'm clicking my ears.
Up a little bit. Or just give me a thumbs up.
Speed up a little bit more. Here we go.
Mark, if you could slow down a little bit.
Copy, slow down a little bit. Okay, we're getting close to 4 psi. Again, you can expect an alert tone.
Copy.
Okay, our next step when we get to 5 psi, I'm going to move the IV hash equalization valve to off. We're waiting for that. You can expect another alert tone for that.
Roger.
Well, it didn't give me Z93 on me.
Copy, no Z93.
My knowledge, I did not either.
Copy, Kayla as well. Okay, we just hit 5 psi. We're starting our timer. What's going on now is we're waiting 2 minutes for the crew lock pressure to stabilize, and then we'll see what difference we get over the next minute after that.
Okay, Roger. So what'd you think?
It was awesome.
Is that something?
Yeah.
And you just heard NASA astronaut remarking on her very first spacewalk that it was awesome. This was the 245th EVA for station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. It was the 13th spacewalk for the year for the ISS. This was Marshburn's 5th spacewalk, giving him a total of 31 hours, 1 minute spacewalking time outside of the space station. This is Barron's first ever spacewalk, so the total of today's spacewalk, 6 hours and 32 minutes, is her record. Since this is the 245th spacewalk, that totals 1,548 hours and 26 minutes, or the equivalent of 64 days, 12 hours, and 26 minutes. This is the very first EVA of Expedition 66.
Right. And that was the mass bolt. It looked like a bit of a beast.
The stanchion mount bolt?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was. I think it was just, the bolt goes so deep into that fitting. It's really hard to get good visibility on if you're like really seated and if it's really driving. We got there.
Yeah.
Barron now recapping with Tom how her first spacewalk went.
Not like near the threads would engage, but didn't quite engage. And so it was hard to tell until I really saw it move. When I had it fully engaged, you could actually see that big bolt move down. It was hard to know that's what it was going to look like until it happened.
That was huge. I think the hardest part of the day for me was getting those gimbal bolts were about the day before was the hardest thing I had to do today. If you ever use that collar is just, I think for sure you're at a hard stop and then it grinds past that and pops into the full.
Locking collar?
Yeah, the locking collar.
Yeah.
The spacewalk began at 5:15 a.m. Central Time, 6:15 a.m. Eastern, nearly an hour ahead of schedule. It concluded at 11:47 a.m. Central, giving us a total of 6 hours and 32 minutes.
It's hard to get good DRT body positioning over those bolts because they're so far inboard from the handrails.
Right. Yeah, right.
And you have to get pretty high too because it's up on the fram.
And Tom, we had a good leak check, so we're going to continue on with the crew lock repress.
Copy.
Can you switch your glove heaters to off? OFF.
My glove heaters are off.
Glove heaters going to off.
All right, Tom, let me know when your glove heaters are off, and then we'll press.
They're off.
Okay, got them. They're off. Now check your gloves for contamination. Let us know if we've got any.
Negative for 1.
Negative, I have the dark smudges I reported earlier, but given that they're black in color, I think we can confidently say that's not D93 paint. I would say no contamination.
Thanks for copy. In Houston, do you copy?
Houston copies, no issues.
All right, Houston's good with that, and we're going to continue on. So on both of your DCMs, take your O2 actuators to IV.
In work?
In work.
EV2, O2 actuators, and IV.
And the EV1 O2 actuator is getting there. Is in IV.
Copy. Both of you have your O2 actuators in IV. I'm going to take the IV hatch equalization valve to...
I think one of the reasons why it was hard to get the degraded facet down is I tried to push it down to get it flush. The arm would bounce back a little bit.
Yeah.
So I needed to get something, one hand on structure.
Stabilize a little better.
Yeah, or both hands on around the mass bolts.
Yeah, we worked through it though.
Yeah.
I kind of expected that to be tricky because that alignment pin can rotate about that alignment pin. So until you get one bolt started, it's like kind of hard to tell.
Yeah.
The PSI in the crew lock is steadily rising, now reaching about 9 PSI.
Your directions for the remove and the install the top of the truss were perfect.
Yeah, that worked out surprisingly well, I think.
Yeah.
I was surprised it was like popping off that soft dock, but we got there.
Yeah. I'm a believer in the gimbal bolt trim sheet. That I kind of felt like what we ended up doing was going to be what we should do, but the way they marched through it, it just really nice.
Hey, you guys worked through that really well.
NASA astronauts Kayla Barron and Tom Marshburn began their day by removing the degraded S-band subassembly.
It's facing nadir.
Oh, wow.
So it kind of felt like, belly towards the Earth was an interesting perspective to have.
There's not a lot to hold on to, I know.
Yeah, with your, you have your hand on those handrails along the edge and then your feet kind of dangling out over the edge of the Earth. It was cool, though.
Yeah.
All right, Tom and Kayla, we're getting close to getting a DPDT of about 0. When that happens, you can expect an alert tone.
Roger.
Copy, Mark. Where that little radio frequency cable was, or I forget what they call it, on top of the septum of this asset, that was just right there.
Right in your way.
I'm going to interrupt real quick. We are going to 1.240, the post-EVA procedure.
Roger.
The pressure in the crew lock now 14.7 PSI.
Open the hatch.
Good here, buddy.
NASA astronaut Mark Vande Hei working to open the hatch so that Barron and Marshburn can come through.
Airlock on 1. Can you take care of steps 4 and 5 for the com reconfig?
Houston copies.
Suit IV Rajachari working to get the first spacewalker back through the hatch.
Airlock Houston on 1. The EV crew is no longer hot mic'd.
Copy.
And it looks like Kayla Barron, having just completed her very first spacewalk, is the first one back. Chari and Vandahai now working to remove her safer units. The jetpack type backpack that would have been used in case of an emergency was not needed today. Barron's safer unit is now removed. You can see Tom Marshburn still in the airlock, in the crew lock. He's got the suit with the red stripes. Astronauts Kayla Barron and Tom Marshburn began their day by removing a degraded S-band subassembly, just one of many communications antennae aboard the space station. It had lost partial functionality a few months ago, but thanks to several redundancies built in, the crew saw very minimal impact to their operations. They brought a spare SASA already on board, connected to the Express Logistics Carrier number 3, and put it in the degraded SASA's place on the P1 truss of the International Space Station. They got the spare installed, hooked up, turned on, and they did a communications check to verify that it worked. The team here in Mission Control confirmed that they saw the communications antenna online and that they heard the voice check. The spacewalkers restored S-band capability to the International Space Station this morning. They wrapped up the day by stowing the degraded antenna, hooking it up to a heat source, and tucking it in for the night with a thermal blanket covering. Kayla Barron was able to complete some get-ahead tasks, including braking torque on some of the bolts on the battery charge and discharge units, and connecting some wire ties. Both are now in the equipment lock. They completed all of their tasks for today, including the get-ahead tasks. And in the words of astronaut Mark Vandahai in the farther part of your screen, they triple crushed it. Marshburn wrapped up his 5th EVA with his career with some kind words, noting that it was unbelievable that everyone was able to pull this together in just a few weeks, and gave a nod to his support team, including EVA officer Art Thomason, her flight director Vincent LaCourte, and all the folks here on the ground, including those monitoring the spacesuits and robotics.
We can.
Airlock Houston on 1, friendly reminder to perform step 17.1 for the helmet Velcro straps.
Chari and Vandahai on your screen, helping the spacewalkers out of their spacesuit now that it has concluded. Following this, they'll take their gloves and helmet off, get the rest of their spacesuits off, and head to a well-deserved rest. Kayla Barron's helmet is now off as she works to get her gloves off. Next up, we're about to see Rajachari as he helps Tom Marshburn take his helmet off. And there we have NASA astronaut Tom Marshburn with his helmet off. This concludes the spacewalk for these two NASA astronauts now that they've accomplished their goal of restoring S-band capability to the International Space Station in 6 hours and 32 hours of spacewalking time, replacing a degraded NASA unit with a spare on board. The spacewalk concluded at 11:47 a.m. Central Time. Marshburn officially had his 5th spacewalk in the books, giving him a total of 31 hours, 1 minute, suited up and supporting space station maintenance and assembly on a spacewalk. Kayla Barron concluded her very first spacewalk of her career, ending it with a riveting review, saying, "It was awesome." Next up, NASA will introduce its 2021 class of astronauts at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time on Monday, December 6th, from Ellington Field, from right here at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston. After completing their training, these individuals could be eligible for a variety of flight assignments, including missions on and around the moon through NASA's Artemis program. One of our spacewalkers today, Kayla Barron, on the left of your screen, along with Rajachari there in the middle, who helped operate the robotic arm, were selected back in 2017, which is the last time NASA brought new additions to the astronaut corps. Now in 2021, we're ready to do it again, so tune in to find out who these individuals might be. Thanks everyone for following along, and we'll see you then.